Chapter 1885. Western Desert. Fang Yuan did not conceal his traces. He stood proudly on Myriad-Year Flying Warship with his hands behind his back. Myriad-Year Flying Warship was like a sharp silver sword that pierced through the sky, its tip pointing straight at a pale yellow cloud high up in the sky. "Fang Yuan, you actually dared to come back." A shout came from the light yellow cloud. The owner of the voice was furious and filled with hatred. The light yellow cloud looked ordinary on the surface, but it was actually an immortal formation. There was a dream realm inside the formation. Inside the dream realm were immortal Jiyu Mutation and a Jiyu Immortal, Dancer Hong Yun. The one controlling the formation was immortal concubine Qing Lan. Immortal concubine Qing Lan had rank 7 cultivation level. She was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's second wife. Back then, when Fang Yuan was roaming Western Desert, he was chased by Feng Zhouge. When he met Dancer Hong Yun, he pretended to form an alliance and exchanged for Zhen Yuanzi's formation path inheritance. Fang Yuan schemed and pretended to part ways. He even used Fairy Kui Bo's body to self-detonate using the pure dream reality seeker physique body, causing a huge loss to Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations Ancestors' wills. Unfortunately, when Fang Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Zhouge chased after him. Fang Yuan could only retreat temporarily. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was ambushed. He sensed something amiss and immediately sent Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to investigate. After learning that Liu Guanyi was Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no way to deal with the dream realm. He could only ask Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to create an immortal formation to trap this place. In truth, even though Dancer Hong Yun was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's wife, he did not like her that much. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was most worried about mutation immortal Jiyu, which was trapped in the dream realm. This was a rank 8 immortal Jiyu. Back then, Thousand Transformations Ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance. This mutation immortal Jiyu was the core. Without it, Thousand Transformations Ancestor would have to expend a lot of effort to activate many of his methods. Their power would be greatly reduced. Mutation immortal Jiyu could not be lost. Thousand Transformations Ancestor didn't have Fang Yuan's methods, so he could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path and seal the dream realm. Therefore, the culprit who caused all this was, of course, Fang Yuan. It was no wonder that immortal concubine Qing Lan was furious that Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the array. However, this famous female immortal of the Western Desert did not attack. Instead, she madly activated the formation, choosing to defend to the death. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8s. He also has the Myriad-Year Flying Warship, which once defeated the Celestial Court. "I can't fight him alone. The most important thing now is to guard this place and stall for time so that my husband and the others can teleport over." Immortal concubine Qing Lan urgently called for help while controlling the immortal array with all her might. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's offensive suddenly broke out. An endless stream of silver flying swords shot out like a waterfall. Immortal concubine Qing Lan gritted her teeth and controlled the yellow cloud to hold on. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud formed by the immortal formation continued to disintegrate and shrink. But the speed at which it disintegrated was not satisfactory. Myriad-Year Flying Warship had 4 killer moves. They were Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad-Year Encirclement Hunt. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the immortal formation was reinforced. Otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Fang Yuan. This is Myriad-Year Flying Warship. It is truly amazing. Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression was pale. Facing Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly attack this place. There was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Jiyu immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Other than her, the other Jiyu immortals were also Thousand Transformations Ancestors' wives and concubines. "Where is my husband?" Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Knight Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet. The actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal concubine Qing Lan shook her head. "With just us, we are not Fang Yuan's match, we won't be able to last long." The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered. "Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom. Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Knight Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation." The female immortals could not be bothered to argue. They used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad-year flying warship had made great contributions. In the River of Time, it had killed Qing Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter. He was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad-year flying warship had the upper hand, because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qing Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad-year flying warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert. Without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, Myriad-year flying warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud even with its full power. This formation is not simple, it is a transformation path GU formation. Not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function. It is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 immortal GU house against a rank 8 immortal formation, both sides were evenly matched. However, between the person controlling the immortal GU house and the GU immortal defending the immortal formation, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly superior. "Quick, someone help me, I can't hold on for much longer. Fang Yuan is too fierce, I can't take it anymore. Sisters, hold on, I'm coming. Oh no, my side is also going to fall." For these wives and concubines of 1,000 transformations ancestor, the situation was deteriorating at an astonishing speed. Knight Temptress' expression was ashen. She used all her strength and spat out blood, but still could not hold on. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was drenched in cold sweat. She could not understand why she could enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan when she was defending alone earlier. Now that they had received a large amount of reinforcements, they were retreating step by step. The other rank 6 female immortals were drenched in sweat, their limbs were limp. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had already defeated them to the point where their fighting spirit was at its lowest. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was not enough against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He also had the Light of Wisdom and other powerful deduction methods. The Daybreak Sword moved as he wished. Every strike was a probe filled with deep meaning. Although he was still a long way from understanding the entire formation, what Fang Yuan wanted to do now was to destroy and not to learn. This was much simpler and more straightforward. 1,000 transformations ancestor, are you still not going to make a move? Do you think your wives and concubines can stop me? You look down on me too much, and you think too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered. But he still did not see 1,000 transformations ancestor. The mass of yellow clouds was reduced to a rather dangerous level. The Knight Temptress had a look of terror on her face as she said resolutely, "Sisters, let's use our last resort." "Are you going to use it so soon? Other than that, what else do we have? If you don't use it now, it'll be too late." All of the female immortals used their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly released golden light. Even though there was only a small cloud left, it was still extremely sturdy, blocking all the silver flying swords. It did not move at all. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. This change is also within my expectations. To use it so quickly, how incompetent. If it was an ordinary opponent, he might be troubled. But I've already figured out what's going on. Doing this will only hasten your defeat. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped the Daybreak Sword Killer move and ordered his subordinates in the carriage, ram them. Myriad-year flying warship charged forward and directly collided with the Golden Cloud. Boom! The first collision caused the Golden Cloud to shake. The female immortals were bleeding from their 7 orifices and felt dizzy. Boom! The second collision caused the Golden Cloud to scatter. The female immortals suffered such a fierce collision and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were pale as paper and their gazes were somewhat dazed. Boom! The third time, Myriad-year flying warship directly stabbed into the Golden Cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash. Many of them fainted on the spot. The formation was on the verge of collapse, but Fang Yuan retreated back into the carriage. Master, should we capture these female immortals and use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Thousand Transformations ancestor? A variant human GU immortal suggested. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Myriad-year flying warship was about to attack these female immortals when a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance changed as she shouted, "Fang Yuan, you are going too far." Husband. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were still barely conscious. They were overjoyed. It turned out that Thousand Transformations ancestor had already teleported here. He had only disguised his identity and deceived everyone around him. He had endured for a long time and purposely set up a trap to seize an opportunity. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance. He was cautious and did not leave Myriad-year flying warship from start to finish. He did not even have the thought of personally capturing these female immortals alive. Myriad-year flying warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it ruthlessly slashed towards Thousand Transformations ancestor. At the moment of crisis, Thousand Transformations ancestor laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. He only raised his left arm. At the next moment, his left arm expanded and turned into the giant arm of a violent ape. The giant arm was covered in purple gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations ancestor raised his left arm and with a loud bang, Myriad-year flying warship crashed into it. Thousand Transformations ancestor took a small step back while Myriad-year flying warship was sent flying. Fang Yuan's expression sank slightly. Thousand Transformations ancestor was indeed worthy of being someone who inherited reckless savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended a bit earlier, but he had displayed many exquisite methods. His body did not change, only his left arm had changed. But his left arm's transformation was not simple. It was dragon scale transformation and ape arm transformation used together, their power superimposing. Myriad-year flying warship could do nothing to such a defense. But Thousand Transformations ancestor did not block it forcefully. He used deflection and guidance techniques to send Myriad-year flying warship flying. The killer move is exquisite. His personal combat skills are also very amazing. Just from one attack and defense, Fang Yuan had already grasped many details of Thousand Transformations ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad-year flying warship around and pounced towards Thousand Transformations ancestor again. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you are finally willing to come out, then die. Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. You are a rank 7 GU immortal. You want to take my life with the help of an immortal GU house? Shameless boasting. Fang Yuan scoffed. Even Celestial Court's GU immortals died under my warship. You will also follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1886. Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. He hated Fang Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Fang Yuan knew this. He laughed loudly. If Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill both. Thousand Transformations ancestor was stunned. He thought, did Fang Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant? Or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when Thousand Transformations ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Kui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan. Thousand Transformations ancestor sensed this, but he was heavily injured. He had to send Dancer Hongyun to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed. He gave Dancer Hongyun rank 8 immortal GU mutation, to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator. He did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Fang Yuan schemed and harmed dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Fang Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped dancer Hong Yun and mutation immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to send Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to set up a rank 7 immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Zi Wei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people. Fairy Myrtle schemed to trap Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 GU immortal. He was not an ordinary person. He sharply sensed that something was amiss, but because of his injuries, he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark. Even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle, she had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations' ancestor's territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations' ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations' ancestor, wanting to emulate the successful example of funding ancestor Xue Hu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was different from ancestor Xue Hu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and controlled the entire Wen Desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old ancestor Xue Hu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations' ancestor was unwilling to act. Fang Yuan, this shit-stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations' ancestor's plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations' ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to act. Once he revealed his weakness, the Celestial Court would definitely deal a heavy blow. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship and fought with Thousand Transformations' ancestor. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. The experts of the Celestial Court are probably spying on us in the surroundings. Even if they are not, this commotion might have attracted them here. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had a layer of apprehension in his heart. He protected the formation and did not chase after them, instead urging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, Fairy Kui Bo died because she was not skilled enough. She died in battle. It was a worthy death. The hatred between us is not something that cannot be put down. You need to understand, the true enemy is not me, but the Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations' ancestor advised earnestly, forcefully suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart. My situation is actually the same as yours, Fang Yuan. Why do we need to fight to the death? We are both targeted by the Celestial Court. This battle is giving the Celestial Court a chance. How can you be so irrational? But Fang Yuan was irrational. He laughed wildly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you are a rank 8 great expert in vain. You are actually as timid as a mouse. You want to make peace with me? Hehe, the Celestial Court is not to be feared. You are not to be feared either. Die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor heard this and was so angry that he wanted to skin Fang Yuan alive. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, activating Daybreak Sword Killer move. The sword lights were like a waterfall. They were grand and powerful, but they were also extremely agile. The Daybreak Sword group had just reached Thousand Transformations' ancestor when they split into 10. The 10-sword lights bypassed Thousand Transformations ancestor and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Fang Yuan, this kid is truly vicious. Thousand Transformations ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He could not let Fang Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would suffer heavy casualties. Thousand Transformations ancestor took a deep breath and turned into a giant. Next, he turned his body. His back turned into a giant tortoise shell, blocking 5 to 6 sword groups. Next, his neck turned into a snake's neck, extending outwards. His head changed again, turning into a beast mouth. It opened its mouth and sucking the remaining sword groups into its mouth. Giant transformation, whirlpool tortoise shell transformation, green divine snake neck transformation, Daotai transformation. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a torch. He instantly saw through Thousand Transformations ancestor's method. Thousand Transformations ancestor used all sorts of transformations at will. His attainment was extremely high. Each transformation was perfect. It perfectly covered the formation behind him. Fang Yuan immediately knew, with just myriad-year flying warship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations ancestor's defense. Not only this, Fang Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain myriad-year flying warship. If myriad-year flying warship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations ancestor would be most happy to see. Fang Yuan sneered, as expected of reckless savage's true inheritance, so be it, let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized myriad-year flying warship and used the killer move torrential charge. Water rippled around the bottom of myriad-year flying warship. It was the phantom image of the river of time that had been summoned. Myriad-year flying warship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded, "Fang Yuan, go inside." Before she finished speaking, 4 immortal GU houses appeared from all directions. 4 rank 8 GU immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The Celestial Court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations ancestor suddenly realized, so close. I purposely stalled for time, but the Celestial Court wanted to make use of this to numb me, then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Fang Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He immediately shouted at Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, look ahead, my words have come true." Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled myriad-year flying warship to charge left and right, but after several attempts, he was blocked by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations ancestor's side. "Ancestor, the situation is like this, let's cooperate." Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. "Damn you, Fang Yuan, I have never seen such thick skin in my life." Fang Yuan sneered, "Then you want to continue fighting me?" Thousand Transformations ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. "When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much." Fang Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression was grim. He said, "Stay away from me, don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well." He was still worried about Fang Yuan. He did not trust Fang Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Fang Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations ancestor expected, the Celestial Court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Fang Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations ancestor. The troops of the Celestial Court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the Celestial Court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the Celestial Court, and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense, so he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, the troops of the Celestial Court had no choice but to move. Previously, the Celestial Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but Fang Yuan's threat to the Celestial Court was even greater than Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Now that he finally showed up, the members of the Celestial Court did not want to let him go. Thereupon, the troops of the Celestial Court moved out, immediately causing a complete change in the situation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cooperate, but even they did not have the slightest expectations of how effective their cooperation would be. Fang Yuan, I told you to escape last time. This time, let me see where you can escape to. Prince's impatience approached, intending to take revenge. Xing Yi Wang and Wei Yi Feng's expressions were like iron, they flew over silently. There was also a rank 8 GU immortal. It was a female with a seductive appearance. She giggled. You are Fang Yuan? You are so handsome, I like you. What a pity, you are a good person, why did you become a thief? Fang Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. According to my previous life's memories, this should be Wenzi Hong. In my previous life, when Northern Plains invaded the Celestial Court, she was forced to wake up. To think that in this life, she actually woke up in advance. Prince's impatience shouted furiously, attack. 4 immortal GU houses guarded the 4 directions. The 4 rank 8 GU immortals activated their killer moves at the same time. At once, flames shot out, starlight scattered, intense winds raged, and flower fog spread. The 4 rank 8 killer moves had grand might, engulfing heaven and earth. Come. Fang Yuan manipulated myriad-year flying warship and directly charged over. Thousand Transformations' ancestor stared with wide eyes. At the crucial moment, one's true nature can be seen. This Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being a demon that can oppose the Celestial Court. He is truly brave. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over, the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court immediately activated their killer moves, most of their power enveloped over. I'll dodge. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. He lightly turned around and actually flew behind the Myriad Li adaptation formation. What the hell? Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned, cursing in his heart. After Fang Yuan left, the attacks that were attracted by him directly pounced at him. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to protect the formation behind him. He could not dodge, he could only roar and brace himself to face them head-on. Bam bam bam! Amidst continuous explosions, Fang Yuan manipulated myriad-year flying warship to fly into the sky. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, thank you, I am leaving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Goo! Chapter 1887. Myriad-year flying warship was like an arrow soaring into the sky. It seemed that Fang Yuan was really about to break out of the encirclement. Right at this time, Wenzi Hong giggled and said coquettishly, Fang Yuan, little thief, you can't escape. At the next moment, the sky above Fang Yuan's head suddenly turned into a vast land. Myriad-year flying warship, which was originally soaring into the sky, suddenly charged towards the ground. Fang Yuan quickly stopped myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship speed was astonishing, but the phantom river of time at the bottom of the warship played an ingenious obstruction. Before crashing into the ground, Fang Yuan successfully stopped the immortal GU house. Fang Yuan carefully sized up the battlefield, only to see that the sky had suddenly turned into land, and the land had suddenly turned into the sky. Over and over again, the whole world seemed to have turned into a Rubik's Cube. This piece of sky and that piece of land were casually stacked together. It was grotesque and dazzling. Wenzi Hong floated in the air, while Prince's impatience, who was at the same level as her, was standing on the ground. Fang Yuan felt that he had become a small worm in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find a way out. The exit that looked like the sky would turn into the ground the next moment. If it was ordinary ground, myriad-year flying warship would have charged over. But this ground was clearly extremely sturdy. It was a precipice. What method is this? Fang Yuan squinted as he looked at Wenzi Hong and asked. WNZ Hong replied, "This is the killer move overturning heaven and earth. To tell you the truth, this was specially designed by the Celestial Court for you. The reason we used it to deal with 1,000 transformations ancestor was just to test the waters. Hehe, to think that you were so impatient, coming over so impatiently." As it turned out, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel immortal GU, he had developed the corresponding killer move, and even had omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation. He could escape extremely quickly at the crucial moment. If the Celestial Court wanted to capture Fang Yuan, they had to first unravel Fang Yuan's escape method. Previously, they had fixed space GU, but Fang Yuan had obtained it. Yuan Qiongdu was exhausted, but he did not succeed. Celestial Court had deep foundations and also created this killer move overturning heaven and earth, be it fixed immortal travel or omnidirectional travel, it could counter both of them. Fang Yuan, you won't be able to escape this time. The prince's impatience was enveloped in flames and looked menacing. Surrender without a fight and perhaps I'll spare your life. Wei Yifeng sneered, and the wind blades swept over along with him. The other two rank 8 GU immortals charged towards 1,000 transformations ancestor. Celestial Court sent out 4 immortal GU houses to maintain overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength is 4 rank 8 GU immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He did not want to fight, there was no benefit in fighting these GU immortals. With just myriad-year flying warship and Fang Yuan's strength, it would be very difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. But like what had been analyzed long ago, once this cultivation level was exposed, the secret of Fang Yuan possessing the sovereign immortal body could no longer be concealed. Most importantly, did Celestial Court really only have these people? Once they got entangled, even if Celestial Court did not have other ambushes, they would urgently send other rank 8 GU immortals to reinforce them. Who knows, at that time, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Ding Ling might all come to fight. Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the 2 rank 8 GU immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam, myriad-year flying warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the immortal GU house's charge was obstructed, Wei Yifeng and Prince's impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These 2 rank 8 GU immortals cooperated very well, the wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on myriad-year flying warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Fang Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the GU worms in the warship. Fang Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment, he could see many things. This killer move overturning heaven and earth is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Fang Yuan was vigilant and crafty, he could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan could not escape in time with myriad-year flying warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Fang Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it, and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards 1,000 transformations ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Fang Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard and allowed Fang Yuan to approach 1,000 transformations ancestor. 1,000 transformations ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the 2 Celestial Court rank 8s attacked, he was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield, but Thousand Transformations' ancestors' piece of sky could not be divided, it became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Fang Yuan return with myriad-year flying warship, Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, "Fang Yuan, why did you come back?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now, why don't we work together? You block Celestial Court's attacks and stall for time, I will deduce and modify the formation, it will not be hard to escape." Thousand Transformations' ancestor spat, "Like hell I will believe you." Fang Yuan was surprised, looking at Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression. He was busy but not panicking, he seemed to have a trump card. If it was an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal, it would be extremely difficult for them to face such a situation. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor had a reckless savage true inheritance, be it Fang Yuan or Celestial Court, they could not estimate what trump card he was hiding. "Neither of you will be able to escape. Kill." The four immortals of Celestial Court charged over together. Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not dodge, they could only deal with their moves. Both sides activated killer moves repeatedly, causing the air to explode, winds to howl, flames to rise, and sword lights to shine brightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt increasing pressure as he fought. He scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are still playing tricks now. If you don't repent, I will beat you up as well." As it turned out, Fang Yuan's myriad-year flying warship was extremely slippery. He often used the Myriad Li adaptation formation to block and dodge Celestial Court's fierce attacks. It was not suitable to get close to Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the Myriad Li adaptation formation was huge. Once it was set up, it could not be moved, it was an extremely good shield. Fang Yuan used this shield to block many of Celestial Court's attacks. The GU Immortals in Myriad-Year Flying Warship caught their breaths and repaired Myriad-Year Flying Warship to its original state. "Ancestor, don't be angry, hold on for a while more. I have already deduced some results, we will be able to deal with this predicament soon." Fang Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not a fool, how could he be willing? He knew Fang Yuan's nature, once Fang Yuan broke this killer move, he would definitely escape and leave him behind as a target to attract the attacks of Celestial Court's GU Immortals. Thus, if Fang Yuan could really break this killer move, it would be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations' ancestor instead. Boom! Thousand Transformations' ancestor attacked Myriad-Year Flying Warship in anger. "Ancestor, don't be like this, you need to consider the big picture." Fang Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations' ancestor scolded, "You still have the face to talk to me about the big picture. Without you causing trouble, this current predicament would not have happened. What did this old man tell you? There is an ambush from Celestial Court. Didn't you shout that? So what if it is Celestial Court? If one comes, I'll kill one, if two come, I'll kill two, show me." Fang Yuan said sincerely, "I was right, but Celestial Court sent 2 pairs of GU Immortals and 4 immortal GU houses, I have no choice. Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you deal with me, how can you protect those women who love you?" Boom! The Myriad Li adaptation formation shook fiercely, it was hit by Prince's Impatience's fire meteor. The female immortals inside the formation screamed in fear. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will definitely lose. No matter how much Thousand Transformations' ancestor transformed at will, he was only one person. He was facing 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations' ancestor roared furiously, "Celestial Court, you are going too far. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. You should get through this first." Wei Yifeng sneered, he sent out a huge wind blade that slashed at the Myriad Li adaptation formation. "You people are unworthy of the righteous path of Celestial Court." Thousand Transformations' ancestor roared furiously. He had a formation to protect, he was too passive. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court specifically targeted this flaw of his, they indeed did not have any righteous path demeanor. "Look at what I said. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you really care about the big picture." At this time, Fang Yuan was still making sarcastic remarks. Thousand Transformations ancestor was so angry he almost vomited blood again. He said hoarsely, "All of you will die a horrible death." As the battle dragged on, Thousand Transformations ancestor felt increasingly powerless. He was almost facing the four immortals of Celestial Court alone. He also had to be wary of the sinister and ruthless swindler Fang Yuan. The myriad Li adaptation formation continued to suffer attacks. It could not hold on any longer. Finally, under WNZ Hong's killer move, a corner of the formation finally collapsed, revealing the space inside the formation. Chance. Wei Yifeng was coincidentally above this hole. He could see the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in very bad condition. They had all suffered backlash from the collapse of the formation. Most of them had already fainted. Only Night Temptress was barely conscious. She was doing her best to hold on. Capture these female immortals, make Thousand Transformations ancestor hesitate in taking action. Wei Yifeng activated his killer move, turning into a green wind that entered the formation. "Husband, save me." Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Seeing Wei Yifeng pouncing over, her expression changed as she cried out in alarm. "Stop!" Thousand Transformations ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Yifeng smiled coldly. He was about to capture Night Temptress. Boom! With a loud sound, more than half of Wei Yifeng's body flew out of the formation like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. His head was grabbed by Night Temptress. Before his death, his expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Night Temptress's body emitted surging rank 8 aura. Her appearance slowly changed. She actually turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Court's rank 8 GU immortal Wei Yifeng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations ancestor waved his left hand and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Yifeng's head. He exerted strength and with a loud sound, Wei Yifeng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. "This is the outcome of all of you." Thousand Transformations ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Kuibo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending dancer Hong Yun to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Court's Wei Yifeng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year flying warship. Thousand Transformations ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Yifeng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Yifeng, even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Yifeng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Court's GU immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere, this is too strange. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations ancestor, sneered. You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here? After clearing himself, he praised. Ancestor's methods are truly extraordinary. You are truly the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You took the life of a heavenly court rank 8 right away. You were much more decisive than me. I am in awe. He stirred up hatred between the two sides. But there was no doubt in his heart. The 1,000 transformations ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane Palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal GU house. On into, 1,000 Temptress into, and, into, Savage, into, Feng on into, on, he transformation ancestor 8. And, on, one hand, demon. He. Transformation palace ancestor. Different from, he and was. He, and, he was, he master, one god. Mortal ancestor Momo different from other immortal GU houses, Myriad Statue Palace was special, it could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of 1,000 transformations ancestor in the palace. Even if Fang Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way, he would not know I know about it. In the future, you might think I do not know your secret, but I do. This is an advantage. Don't think this advantage is small, but in a battle between experts, these details were crucial. How did this advantage come about? Just like that, it accumulated bit by bit. Fang Yuan resisted Celestial Court and reached this point, he was in a much better situation than during the same period of time. Wasn't it because he had one step by step after rebirth, changing his previous life's past and accumulating small advantages time and time again? You could not become fat in one go. Which one of you is the real 1,000 transformations ancestor? Xingyi Wang shouted. Let me tell you, I am the real 1,000 transformations ancestor, and he is my brother, Myriad Transformations ancestor. The real 1,000 transformations ancestor casually lied. Myriad Statue Palace's Myriad Transformations ancestor lightly nodded. Celestial Court, you did not expect this, right? You wanted to deal with my brother, but you did not expect to deal with 2 rank 8s. I advocate secluded cultivation. I had wanted to conceal my identity for the rest of my life, but regretfully, my secret has been exposed. But paying the life of a rank 8 GU immortal is worth it. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court looked at each other in silence. Regardless of whether 1,000 transformations ancestor was speaking the truth or not, there was a huge change in the current strength of the 2 sides. Previously, Fang Yuan and 1,000 transformations ancestor were fighting against the 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Now, Wei Yifeng was dead, but Myriad Transformations ancestor was added to the mix. It was now 3 against 3. Both sides also had 3 rank 8 GU immortals. WNZ Hong suddenly laughed, saying, if I were one of you, I would arrange for a comrade to guard Myriad Statue Desert. That way, both sides would be able to reinforce each other. Unlike now, both of you are in a predicament, there is no one guarding Myriad Statue Desert, my Celestial Court's GU immortals can directly invade it. Oh, right, I wonder if the 2 of you from Myriad Statue Palace brought it with you? If it landed in Myriad Statue Desert, it would be terrible. WNZ Hong's words were a threat and also a probe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan knew the secret. 1,000 Transformations ancestor and Myriad Transformations ancestor were only 1,000 Transformations ancestor controlling Myriad Statue Palace. How could the 2 separate? Even if Celestial Court sent other GU immortals to plunder their base in Myriad Statue Desert, there would definitely be nothing valuable in that base. But 1,000 Transformations ancestor's expression changed slightly. He said with anger and mockery, your Celestial Court claims to be the orthodox lineage of humanity, the leader of the righteous path. Is this the style of Celestial Court? Fang Yuan could not help but praise his acting skills inwardly. 1,000 Transformations ancestor could not hide it for long. Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle might not be here personally, but she would soon deduce the truth. However, just like how Fang Yuan concealed the truth, 1,000 Transformations ancestor was also thinking of ways to fight for even the slightest advantage. Although he killed Wei Yifeng, he was still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Celestial Court maintained their killer move overturning heaven and earth, firmly holding the initiative. Their remaining strength was still above 1,000 Transformations ancestor and Fang Yuan combined. WNZ Hong sneered, forget it, I will be the main attacker this time. The rest of you must support me with all your strength. She instructed Xing Yi Wang and Prince's Impatience. The latter two nodded, having no objections. In terms of seniority, Wnz Hong was the eldest, and in terms of strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal killer move, Flying Flower Blood. Wnz Hong attacked fiercely, her aura surging. She did not make any obvious movements, but 1,000 transformations and myriad transformations ancestors' bodies started to bleed. Blood flew out of their bodies like dancing flower petals, splashing everywhere. Although myriad transformations ancestor was in Myriad Elephant Palace, he was also in human form, thus he was also injured by this move. 1,000 transformations ancestor quickly changed his form and attacked instead of retreating, shooting out of the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Myriad transformations ancestor did not follow closely behind, but continued to guard the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Wnz Hong's expression did not change when she saw 1,000 transformations ancestor approaching, she slowly retreated. Prince's Impatience and Xing Yi Wang flew out and stalled 1,000 transformations ancestor. 1,000 transformations ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wnz Hong, so he changed forms and attacked Wnz Hong from afar. Wnz Hong sneered and used another move, Helpless Flower Falling. Flower petals swirled around her, falling down. 1,000 transformations ancestors' attacks got close to her, but were swept away by this falling flower, unable to do anything. 1,000 transformations ancestor, after this move of mine, die obediently, Wnz Hong shouted, pointing her finger. Immortal killer move, Yellow Flower Thinning Life. 1,000 transformations ancestor was trembling with Xing Yi Wang and Prince's Impatience when his expression suddenly changed, his body became thinner and his lifespan decreased rapidly. This Yellow Flower Thinning Life was Wnz Hong's killer move, although it was a wood path killer move, it could affect lifespan. 1,000 transformations ancestor was hit by this move, he tried many transformations but could not break it, he could only retreat. Xing Yi Wang and Prince's Impatience chased after him. 1,000 transformations ancestor had no choice but to use Myriad Elephant Palace to reinforce him. Myriad transformations ancestor came to reinforce him. Wnz Hong sneered and used Yellow Flower Thinning Life killer move on Myriad transformations ancestor again. Myriad transformations ancestor's body also became thinner, his offense, defense, and speed all fell, but he was an immortal GU house, he had no lifespan to speak of. Thus, although he looked miserable, he was actually fine. 1,000 transformations ancestor was truly in trouble. He could not break this killer move, but after many attempts, he found several transformations that could slow down the killer move's power. But this way, he could not transform freely, his battle strength was greatly restricted. Wnz Hong's offensive methods were extremely powerful, it was no wonder that she was recruited by Celestial Court even though she was a demonic path GU immortal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Wnz Hong lacked immortal GU and could only become a healing GU immortal. This was not her specialty, but even so, she healed many Celestial Court GU immortals and brought great trouble to Longevity Heaven. However, after using Yellow Flower Thinning Life 2 more times, Wnz Hong's expression became extremely pale, she did not attack again and only breathed heavily. Evidently, these 2 moves were extremely risky and burdensome to her. If not for Wei Yifeng's death, Wnz Hong would not have used such a risky tactic. 1,000 transformations ancestor was suppressed by Wnz Hong, he shouted anxiously, Fang Yuan, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you won't be able to escape either. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan made a move. But he did not reinforce 1,000 transformations ancestor, instead fiercely attacking the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Without a GU immortal controlling it, this formation became an immovable target, it was torn apart by Fang Yuan in a short period of time. 1,000 transformations ancestor turned around and saw this scene, his face turned blood red from anger, his eyes spewing fire. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel. He snarled, bristling with anger. Earlier, Fang Yuan used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he did not contribute at the side and cowered, so be it. But what was the meaning of this? Ah, you did not attack Celestial Court, but attacked my formation? This was too much. You must be sick in the head. Don't you know the enemy is strong and you are weak? Why aren't you forsaking the past and joining hands to resist the enemy? You are still fighting among yourselves. What are you thinking? Saying you have a pig's brain is insulting pigs. Do you have any sense of the big picture? Not even a little bit of it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He had such a comrade, even the three immortals of Celestial Court felt pity for him. Myriad-year flying warship shot into the formation like a sharp sword. Fang Yuan was very skilled in dismantling formations. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was on the verge of collapse, but it did not self-destruct. Fang Yuan made a few moves, grabbing the immortal GU inside. Next, he attacked the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, grabbing mutation immortal GU in one hand and Demonis Hong Yun's corpse in the other, throwing them into myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes turned red when he saw Fang Yuan snatching his 8 transformation variant immortal GU. He left Myriad Statue Palace to resist the 3 immortals of Celestial Court, while he personally went to kill Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately activated Myriad-year flying warship to retreat. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly furious. He chased relentlessly and bombarded Myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 GU immortal stared at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's speed was not as fast as Myriad-year flying warship. But Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Fang Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Fang Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations' ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal GU. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling. This is not Fang Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal GU because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. Chapter 1889. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, don't chase me. I can unravel a way out. How about this? I will bring you away. You give mutation immortal GU to me as a reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, replying, MPH, wishful thinking. Open your path and return the immortal GU, we will spare your life. After his anger subsided, he thought of Fang Yuan's action of snatching GU. It showed that he had nothing to fear. His earlier rage was real, but the subsequent rage was mostly an act. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to leave, using Fang Yuan's strength was the best choice. Even if he could not use it, he could not let Fang Yuan escape. If Fang Yuan really escaped, he would be left to fight with the Celestial Court until he was exhausted. Even if he escaped, the insidious demon Fang Yuan might ambush him along the way. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had great foresight. He was not just thinking about the current situation. Thus, he chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. He had to follow Fang Yuan closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if it was abandoned in the killer move overturning heaven and earth, it was only temporary. As long as he got out, he could attack the 4 immortal GU houses outside the killer move. The 4 immortal GU houses were maintaining overturning heaven and earth. It was the killer move's greatest weakness. Once they were attacked or disrupted, the battlefield that the Celestial Court painstakingly created would have many flaws. They could not be covered up. At once, Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, and the Celestial Court chased after each other. They used all sorts of methods. They had vast might that shook heaven and earth. Secretly, they were playing a psychological game. They schemed and schemed. After a while of deadlock, the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. From the periphery of the battlefield, a large group of people charged out. There were many GU immortals, including rank 8s, and 4 immortal GU houses. The leading palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn and dignified. It had green bricks and golden tiles. It emitted a dense fragrance of plants. What else could it be but Divine Bin Palace? The one controlling Divine Bin Palace was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Di Chang. Beside him stood Fang Gong, Fang Hua Sheng, and the other Fang family generals. Immortal killer move, myriad life spring lightning. Fang Di Chang did not say anything. He controlled Divine Bin Palace and bombarded it with lightning balls. The jade-green lightning balls landed on the 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, causing them to shake intensely. Countless vines grew out and infiltrated the Gu houses. The Celestial Court was in chaos. Divine Bin Palace. Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's item was being used against him, he was shocked. This time, it was the Celestial Court's Gu immortals who had bloodshot eyes. These people are from the Western Desert Righteous Tao. Why are they here? The entire Western Desert Righteous Path didn't come. Only the Fang Clan, Tian Clan, Dawn Clan, Shi Clan, and Tang Clan came. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw the origin of this group. Ever since Fang Di Chang refined Divine Bin Palace, Fang Clan's predicament was resolved. Fang Clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Bin Palace, Western Desert's Righteous Path would recognize the reality and change their stance. Fang Di Chang used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's Righteous Path. To coordinate with his main body, he had to act quickly and also keep it a secret. Thus, he only gathered Tian Clan, Dawn Clan, Shi Clan, and Tang Clan, these 4 super clans. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Bin Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the floor. Where are you going? 1,000 Transformations Ancestor chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan turned around and sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly turned around. Daybreak Flying Swords swept forward like a waterfall of light. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor roared furiously, but he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal Gu house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm going. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad Year Flying Warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's Righteous Path. Someone wanted to stop Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Di Chang righteously. Leave Fang Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future. Fang Di Chang led the Alliance army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had 1,000 Transformations Ancestor internally and Western Desert's Righteous Path externally. Xingyi Wang shouted angrily, Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the Righteous Path. You are actually helping a demonic path Gu immortal. Fang Di Chang sneered, the Great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon WNZ Hong, but you are slandering us. Xingyi Wang choked for a moment. Prince's Impatience's voice was cold. Are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today? Fang Di Chang replied, not long ago, my Fang clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes, adding fuel to the fire. Your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent? Prince's Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. To think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. WNZ Hong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Bin Palace with interest and said, let's retreat. Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic. No need to chase. Fang Di Chang said. This order made the other Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they were not willing to fight to the death with Celestial Court. If they suffered huge losses, The other Western Desert superforces would make things difficult for them. Only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's Righteous Path were left. Divine Bin Palace's door opened. Fang Di Chang stood at the entrance, smiling. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long from now, the 5 regions will merge. The GU Immortal World will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join hands with you to resist the enemy. What do you think, Ancestor? This person knows the big picture. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded and remembered Fang Di Chang's words. I will go find you. Good, with Ancestor's strength, Celestial Court will definitely have an even bigger headache. Fang Di Chang clapped and laughed heartily. Let's go. He ordered. Western Desert's Righteous Path Alliance army left majestically. They came and left in a hurry. However, all the Western Desert GU Immortals had excited expressions on their faces. They had defeated Celestial Court. This was Celestial Court. Only Fang Gong's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fang Di Chang, who was beside him, who was in high spirits and leading the group, while he, as the first Supreme Elder, was reduced to a foil. He felt pressure again. But so what? My conflict with Fang Di Chang is only an internal conflict. Fang clans rise, leading Western Desert's Righteous Path and repelling Celestial Court. This is an external conflict. How can I abandon outsiders for internal reasons and become a sinner of Fang clan? Even if my authority is seized in the future, our Fang clan will always be Fang clan's Fang clan. Fang Gong knew, even though they did not gain any substantial battle spoils from this battle. But after this battle, no one could doubt Fang clan's rise. Fang Di Chang had obtained the greatest political wealth in his life. The clans who participated in this battle were originally loosely connected. They were only forced to temporarily unite. But after this battle, glory gathered into a cohesive force that caused these 5 clans to unite. And Fang clan was the natural leader of this interest group. Fang clan's Fang Di Chang is quite a character. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor sighed as he looked at the majestic departure of Western Desert's Righteous Path. Myriad Statue Palace returned to his side, remaining silent. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor looked at the direction in which Fang Yuan and Celestial Court retreated, gritting his teeth. Fang Yuan, Celestial Court, remember this. Chapter 1890. Fang Yuan looked at the mutation Immortal GU in his hand. This Immortal GU had a peculiar appearance. It had a body like a longhorn beetle, 8 spider claws, a horn on its head, cicada wings on its back, and 2 mantis blade-like arms on its front. Its tail glowed like a firefly, but it was emitting colorful light. Mutation Immortal GU belonged to 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Not long after Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 Immortal GU along the way. Not to mention 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' hatred towards Fang Yuan tried to activate it several times and found out the effect of Mutation Immortal GU. This Immortal GU had great offensive power. It could make a part of the enemy's body betray them, it could suppress rank 7 existences, it could even cause huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts and other creatures. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations. For example, if Fang Yuan turned into a tiger, after using Mutation Immortal GU, he might be able to grow a pair of wings on the tiger's body. Or he might be able to grow a 3rd eye on the tiger's head, or a scorpion stinger at the end of the tiger's tail. Of course, these were only good transformations. There was also a chance that it would create a deceptive transformation. For example, an elephant leg would grow on the tiger's stomach, the elephant leg would be longer than the tiger's limbs. Or a tiger's back would grow a horn. This was an obvious weakness, it would be a target for the enemy. Using Mutation Immortal GU alone would have mixed effects, it was hard to say. Because this Immortal GU was rank 8, the transformations it added would be rank 8 level, it would have a huge impact on the main body. Thus, to be safe, he had to use other GU worms to assist Mutation Immortal GU to form a killer move. Using this killer move to strengthen himself was the safest. Besides attacking enemies and increasing transformations, Mutation Immortal GU could also be used to manage the Immortal Aperture. With it as the core, killer moves, or immortal formations could be used to create even more transformations in the life forms in the immortal aperture. Ordinary wild beasts could gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts had defective products, but in the natural cycle of survival of the fittest, they would be eliminated. And those outstanding mutated beasts would survive and grow stronger, forming new tribes. Usually, after these mutated life forms grew, they would become the specialty of a certain immortal aperture. There would only be one shop, there were no other shops. If it could perform well in the market, it would be a long-term business for the GU Immortal. It would bring them stable and considerable profits. Mutation Immortal GU has such comprehensive effects, it should be one of the core Immortal GU of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. No wonder Thousand Transformations ancestor was so nervous after losing it. Fang Yuan thought. Other than Mutation Immortal GU, Fang Yuan also obtained several other Immortal GU. Most of them were Transformation Path Immortal GU. There was also a Rank 7 Rule Path Immortal GU pass. This GU looked like a beetle, and was commonly referred to as a country bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, and its body was extremely flat. It emitted a steel-like luster, giving off an extremely sturdy feeling. Back then, when Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan set up the Immortal Array for the first time, it was the core. Feng Jioge was hiding far away. Seeing this Immortal GU, he wanted to snatch it. This Immortal GU was very valuable to him. But in the end, this Immortal GU ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Just from these Immortal GU and Thousand Transformations ancestors' methods, we can see the power of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It is a pity that it is not easy to make a move. Thousand Transformations ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. His Dao Mark foundation could not compare to Fang Yuan. But he had many methods, he was patient and had outstanding acting skills. Wei Yifeng died because of him. Unless Fang Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. Thousand Transformations ancestor had myriad statue palace. This rank 8 immortal GU house had incredible power, and at the crucial moment, it could turn into Thousand Transformations ancestor to confuse others. It was a huge obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Look at the Celestial Court, they had planned for a long time. They used the killer move overturning heaven and earth. They gathered 4 rank 8s, but they still had to return in defeat. Most importantly, Fang Yuan could not use his true strength. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Once the secret of his rank 8 attainment was exposed, the danger would be even greater. Thus, he was very careful when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Fang Yuan was after the big picture. Central Continent is not far from the Refinement Path Convention. Northern Plains GU Immortal World has the leader of Longevity Heaven. Southern Border has the strategist Wu Yong. Eastern Sea has Qi Si ancestors' help, while Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan to make use of. The situation of the 4 regions attacking Central Continent is starting to take shape. This was something Fang Yuan had been plotting ever since he was reborn. Finally, he had some progress now. Fang Yuan was no longer a pure rank 8 GU immortal, he had outstanding subordinates, they were all talented. But he was not a pure superforce, he plotted in the world, using all living beings as chess pieces to get rid of the obstacle that was the Celestial Court. Providence made use of him, Spectral Soul made use of him, Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him, Chudu made use of him, Land Spirit of Langya made use of him, and now, he had become a chess player. Profound literature Grotto Heaven. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is my student's name in the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Jiang looked at the latest information and was shocked. He was stunned on the spot. Teacher, are you in the house? Student Li Xiaobai wishes to see you. At this time, Li Xiaobai's voice came from outside. Teacher Jiang quickly opened the door. Come in, tell me what is going on. Li Xiaobai had thought about it carefully. He told Teacher Jiang everything that happened that night. He was worried. Teacher, you have to seek justice for me. Teacher Jiang heard this and looked at Li Xiaobai in a daze, his expression turning strange. After a while, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh I don't know what to say. In Teacher Jiang's opinion, Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. Who could have thought that luck would come? It could not be stopped. Even teacher Jiang felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards this encounter. After that, Miss Su Chi-han tested the students, then told me that I was one of the 10 great scholars. I received your teachings and did not dare to be arrogant. I quickly rejected her. But Lady Su Chi-han was determined to make such an arrangement. I was extremely helpless. I could not win against her. Li Xiaobai complained continuously. Everyone is envious of your encounter. You actually rejected it. Teacher Jiang smiled. Teacher, don't tease this pitiful student of yours. I came here this time to beg you to save me. I am not talented. Now that I have become one of the 10 great scholars, this is like throwing me into a fire. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Teacher Jiang retracted his smile and nodded. You are not arrogant or rash, you recognize reality. It is not a waste of my teachings. However, don't think about it too seriously. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you had any wishful thinking and tried to compete alone, you would be surrounded by danger. But now that you are one of the 10 great scholars, the imperial court will protect you. If anyone tries to harm your life, they will be slapping the imperial court's face. Do you understand this? Li Xiaobai scratched his head, but I am still sitting on pins and needles. Compared to the other 9 people, I am not well known and will attract the most people's attention. Furthermore, after this incident, Lady Su Chi-han's attitude towards me has become very harsh. Teacher Jiang nodded again. Even though I am not in the imperial court, I have heard that this junior Su Chi-han is extremely talented and arrogant. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, she definitely wants to marry you. Oh, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She can be said to be one of the most talented women in the world. Her husband must be of equal status. But she is not doing things blindly. She first tested your talent. Seeing that you have some potential, she nominated you. In the future, she will pave the way for you and raise you up step by step. Saying this, Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complicated expression. He was once one of the 10 great scholars. He was proud of his talent and had high aspirations. But reality was cruel. There was only one path to promotion, but countless people tried to squeeze their way up. He could not compete with them. After a long time, even though his reputation spread far and wide, he was essentially outside of the imperial court. To think that this student of his was not as talented as him, his background was not as good as him, but his luck was too good. He had inexplicably become Su Chi-han's sweetheart. Not mentioning Su Chi-han herself, she had Su clan behind her. Her father was the current Prime Minister Su. Li Xiaobai had someone to rely on. I will not hide it from teacher. I was very happy at the start, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I am scared. Lady Su Chi-han has so many admirers. This matter cannot be publicized. I am not sure how many young geniuses will hate me for gaining Lady Su's favor. Especially after the 10 great scholars are chosen, I still have to enter the imperial court to meet the emperor. Along the way, and when I reach the capital, what should I do? I am at a loss. I can only ask teacher for advice. Li Xiaobai sighed. Teacher Jiang was slightly displeased. He snorted lightly. Xiaobai, don't belittle yourself. You are talented. How can my teachings be wasted? You are my student. If others want to deal with you, they will have to consider my reputation. How about this? I will write a few recommendation letters for you. You can visit a few families along the way. They will provide you with some convenience. Saying this, Teacher Jiang paused for a moment. He seemed to have made up his mind. You do not need to go back these few days. You can stay at my house. I will teach you some methods. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. Student thanks teacher. Su Chi-han wanted him to keep it a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not take it to heart. When the time was ripe, he would immediately tell teacher Jiang this secret. It looked like he was asking for help, but he was actually showing his value. Teacher Jiang was ostracized by the imperial court. He could not enter the corps. Now that he saw his student had great hope, once his student became successful, would he forget his teacher? Impossible. Not to mention Li Xiaobai's temperament. Teacher Jiang was very familiar with him. He was not an ingrate. Even if Li Xiaobai became an ingrate in the future, under the public's opinion, he would not dare to not repay his teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's position, the more he would cherish his reputation, and the more he would repay his teacher. Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang immediately decided that he would do his best. He would use all of his resources to help his student successfully ascend. Chapter 1891. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Sacred Eagle City. In terms of scale, Sacred Eagle City was much larger than Mountain Cliff City. Mountain Cliff City was only a branch city, while Sacred Eagle City was one of the main cities. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he turned into Bull Demon and descended on this city first. Until now in this life, Holy Eagle City was in a terrible state. The entire city had turned into a swamp. Yellow mud crocodiles were lurking in the swamp, killing the people in the city. The eagle warrior guarding this place was very strong, but he was heavily injured. The one who injured him was an immemorial desolate eagle. It was circling in the sky. If any warrior appeared, it would immediately pounce down to kill them. How can this be? Eagle warrior was bathed in blood. He hid in the swamp, watching the people being massacred. He was shocked and furious. No one had expected such a large group of beasts to attack Giant Eagle City. A moment ago, it was still a warm and peaceful city, but now it had become a slaughterhouse filled with blood. This won't do. I can't just stand by and watch. I have to stop everything. The eagle warrior struggled, wanting to stand up, but the injuries on his body were very heavy, causing him to fall down again. Just as he was about to fall, a young and strong arm caught him. Uncle Giant Eagle, you can't fight anymore. If you continue, you will die. A young voice said. Eagle warrior turned to the young man. He smiled bitterly. Little do, thank you for saving my life. But I am the Sacred Eagle City Lord. I cannot watch as the beasts continue to wreak havoc. I cannot watch as the people of the city die in the mouths of the beasts. Uncle Eagle, let me do it. Little Do's eyes were bright. He said firmly. You. Eagle warrior looked at the wound on Little Do's chest and shook his head. Little Do, you are not from Sacred Eagle City. I am here to repay you for saving my life. I am here to invite you to have fun. In order to save me, you are already injured. You are not a match for the beasts. Hurry up and leave. Leave. No, I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you and chase away these despicable beasts. Little Do shook his head. Eagle warrior was moved. He patted Little Do's shoulder and said, Mountain Cliff City Lord really took in a good disciple. Why don't I have a disciple like you? Little Do, you are still too young. Your future is brighter than mine. You have a bright future ahead of you. You can't lose it here. I only want you to help me with something. Leave this place right now. Once the guild's reinforcements arrive, you can come and collect my corpse. Remember to bury your uncle's body in the garden. Uncle. Little Do's eyes turned red and tears came out. He choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Quickly leave. Eagle warrior suddenly used all his strength. He shook off Little Do's arm and flew into the sky. He once again turned into a silver eagle riddled with scars and charged towards the immemorial desolate eagle in the sky. The GU immortals here are really different from the outside world. He is willing to sacrifice himself for the lives of mortals. Little Do sighed in his heart. But it's useless. This immemorial desolate eagle was specially cultivated by the main body to restrain you. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was not profound literature Grotto Heaven. It had very few restrictions. After Little Do received Eagle Warrior's invitation, he informed the main body and set up this trap. This was an opportunity. Because the Beast Calamity true inheritance was split into several portions, they were distributed in the main cities of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan's clone did not have the chance to properly come into contact with these true inheritances. He had originally wanted to create an opportunity, but the Eagle Warrior had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. If Eagle Warrior, who was bathed in blood, knew the truth, that Sacred Eagle City suffered such a calamity because of him, who knew what he would think? Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial desolate eagle's match. He soon fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial desolate eagle pounced and was about to peck Eagle Warrior to death. At the moment of life and death, Little Do turned into an arrowtail eagle and saved him. Little Do, why are you still here? Eagle Warrior was shocked and anxious. Uncle, how can I watch you throw your life away? How can I watch as countless mortals fall into danger? Even if I have to sacrifice my life, every drop of blood in my body, I will fight to the end. Little Do said firmly. Little Do. Eagle Warrior was speechless for a while. He was extremely weak. He returned to his human form and was held lightly by Little Do's eagle claws. Little Do was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. But the immemorial Desolate Eagle was a chess piece of the main body. Little Do was in a dangerous situation. He was constantly on the line between life and death. He was constantly injured and forced to retreat. Eagle Warrior's heart pounded as he watched. He fought without any regard for his own safety. But when Little Do fought, he was too worried. He often shouted warnings uncontrollably. He was extremely nervous. When he saw that Little Do was bathed in blood and had more wounds, his heart ached even more. Little Do had saved him in the 12 Zodiac battle formation. He was his benefactor. Now, he had saved him twice and was even fighting for Sacred Eagle City. This touched Eagle Warrior. He approved of Little Do's personality and character. He was filled with admiration. Fang Yuan was ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Do naturally inherited this style of doing things. This was a genuine act of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the enemy. The Eagle Warrior was completely reformed. Little Do had just become a GU Immortal and a Combat Beast Warrior not long ago. He was the youngest Combat Beast Warrior in the Combat Beast Guild. With this status, he was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while, he was slammed down by the immemorial Desolate Eagle, falling into the City Lord Manor. This was a meticulous plan, of course. Little Do fell heavily. He broke through the tiles on the ground and arrived at the underground altar. Eagle Warrior fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he saw Little Do squatting beside him. "Uncle, you are finally awake," Little Do said in joy. Eagle Warrior was very happy to see that Little Do was still alive, but he frowned and asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not long. The guild did not send reinforcements. After that eagle slammed us down, it did not chase us. It is still flying in the sky," Little Do answered. Sigh. The giant Eagle Warrior sighed deeply. "It seems like we won't be able to defeat this giant eagle for the time being." Little Do analyzed. "Thankfully, this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not sense any threat and will not find trouble with us. It seems that we cannot turn into immortal beasts. We can only rely on other transformations to save the citizens." Eagle Warrior had a worried expression. If they did not turn into immortal beasts, they could not control the situation. They could only fight those yellow mud crocodiles in the streets and save the citizens bit by bit. The efficiency was very low. But they had no choice. They could only do this. However, when they were about to leave, they found that a large group of yellow mud crocodiles had formed and blocked all the exits. There were 2 desolate beast yellow mud crocodiles among them. Eagle Warrior and Little Do could not turn into immortal beasts. They could not resist these 2 desolate beasts. They could only retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground. His expression was ashen. "It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I really hope they will come here at the next moment." "They won't," Little Do thought. "According to the plan, the reinforcements will be obstructed along the way. I can still make use of some time." But on the surface, Little Do frowned and punched the ground with his fist. "Damn it. Before reinforcements arrive, aren't we going to stay here? Where is this? Why is there an altar?" Eagle Warrior answered, "This is the underground of the City Lord Manor. As for the altar..." Before he finished, Little Do interrupted him. Little Do raised his brows. "I did not expect the underground of the City Lord Manor to have such a spacious floor. Oh, we can go underground and avoid those yellow mud crocodiles. We can leave." Eagle Warrior shook his head. "It is useless. This underground floor is only the territory of the City Lord Manor. We cannot leave the outer city. Furthermore, those yellow mud crocodiles are good at hiding in the mud and digging underground." "Damn it." Little Do gritted his teeth and suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right, Uncle. Don't you find it strange? Why are those yellow mud crocodiles only surrounding this place and not coming in to kill us? That eagle in the sky might be arrogant and disdain to attack. But these yellow mud crocodiles are wandering outside. They seem to be avoiding us. Eagle Warrior forced a smile. Little Do, your observation is not bad. But don't stay here for too long. These yellow mud crocodiles cannot get close because of the altar here. This altar has a long history. Legends say that it was specially set up by the first-generation combat beast king. A portion of his power is sealed inside. First-generation combat beast king? Why did he seal his power? Little Do asked curiously. It is said that he wants to leave it for his inheritor. There are a few more of these altars in the other main cities. Whoever can inherit all of these powers will have the power of the first-generation combat beast king, Eagle Warrior said slowly. Little Do blinked. In that case, why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside? Eagle Warrior shook his head with a bitter smile. It is useless. What I said are rumors. There are no records. Countless people have tried but no one has succeeded. From this, it seems that these rumors are fake. But these altars indeed have a mysterious and powerful power. They cannot be destroyed and the beasts cannot get close. Saying so, Eagle Warrior looked at Little Do's eager expression and smiled. If you want to try, go ahead. But remember Uncle's words, don't be too hopeful. If there is no result, don't be too disappointed. Okay, Uncle. Little Do walked quickly to the altar. He walked around the altar a few times but there was no reaction. He climbed up the altar but there was still no reaction. All of this was seen by the Eagle Warrior. This was the most normal situation. But at this time, Little Do knelt down and prayed loudly. First-generation combat beast king, I don't know you, I have never seen you before. But please help, there are many beasts outside and they are devouring the citizens. Every breath of time, a life is lost. I beg you, first-generation war beast king, if your spirit is in heaven, please make your move, make your move. Little Do's voice became louder and louder until he started crying. Little Do, you really have a pure heart. Eagle Warrior's eyes turned red, he was touched. Then, at the next moment, the altar shone with a white light that enveloped Little Do's body. Eagle Warrior opened his eyes and mouth wide, he completely lost his composure. What is going on? Boom. With a soft sound, the white light fused into Little Do's body, then the indestructible altar collapsed and turned into dust. Little Do? Eagle Warrior stammered. Little Do turned around with a joyful expression. Uncle, you are right. I inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Miracle. This is a miracle. Eagle Warrior reacted and shouted. He was in ecstasy. He laughed loudly for a while before looking at Little Do with an extremely serious and passionate gaze. Little Do, you actually inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Do you know what this means? What? Little Do was confused. This means that you can inherit the rest of the inheritance. You are the future combat beast king. No, more accurately speaking, you will be the world's savior. Eagle Warrior's expression became fervent. That's right, you are the savior. Chapter 1892. Eastern Sea. Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai sat on his throne, manipulating the army ants in front of him. Over this period of time, the army ants had already developed to a certain scale. Right now, there were close to 100 million army ants. They were like a dark golden river, flying in the air. Wu Shuai took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a feather of a bird, it was made of stone, the feathers were vivid and lifelike, covered in a grey-white halo. Smelling it, one could smell the stench of a corpse. This was the feather of the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird. Wu Shuai blew lightly, these feathers floated and merged into the dark golden river formed by the army ants. Soon, sparse voices could be heard. Countless army ants took turns crawling on the corpse emperor bird feather, eating it to fill their stomachs. Even though there were only 10 or so corpse emperor bird feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a bit was enough to feed 10,000 army ants. They were very durable. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers were all devoured by the army ants. Not only were these army ants full, they also gave birth to a new batch of army ants. The new ones were corpse ants. They emitted death energy and could devour the corpses of other army ants to grow stronger. The more corpses there were, the stronger the corpse ants would be. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. The strongest corpse ant could compete with the king ant but could not compare to the queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants are more practical and durable. The previous army ants died, but with corpse ants, I can make use of them. From this perspective, I can save a lot of expenses. Wu Shuai let out a breath of air. Army ants were very exquisite, they were the essence of enslavement path. Feeding army ants not only maintained their size, they could also produce new ant species. Countless different types of army ants, when used together, would have different powers and effects. But army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path, they could not get rid of it completely. Enslavement path expended too many resources. By nurturing army ants to such a scale, they could fight against rank 8 GU immortals, but Wu Shuai was starting to feel the strain. My main body is expending too much GU refinement, the army ants that I am feeding are also a terrifying black hole. Fortunately, I have the support of the ancient race and the merfolk. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise the army ants to such an extent. Right at this moment, Wu Shuai's expression changed slightly. A GU immortal was outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai opened the palace doors and personally went to welcome them. Tang Qiong greets Lord Wu Shuai. The one who came was a yellow-scaled mermaid immortal, gentle and pleasant. Right now, she was smiling, revealing cute dimples. She was the elder in charge of the Mermaid Royal Court and represented part of the will of the Mermaid Royal Court. Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, had helped the ancient race and the merfolk to convert a portion of the new Dragonians. Hence, he had a closer relationship with the ancient race and the merfolk. As the representative of the Merfolk Royal Court, Tang Qiong interacted more and more closely with Wu Shuai. She had always been very respectful and treated Wu Shuai as a true senior. Wu Shuai invited Tang Qiong into Dragon Palace. Although it's not my first time here, I'm still impressed by the majestic aura of the Dragon Palace. Tang Qiong sighed with a sincere expression. Wu Shuai smiled. Fairy Tang Qiong, what brings you here? Tang Qiong said solemnly, reporting to Senior, Qi Ancestor is holding an Eastern Sea banquet this time. He has invited all the GU immortals of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. My imperial court has also received an invitation. The first elder sent me here to ask Senior if you are interested in participating in this grand banquet with the merfolk. Oh, that. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. After Fang Yuan's main body obtained mutation immortal GU, he used Qi Ancestor's identity to interfere in Eastern Sea's politics. This Eastern Sea banquet was one of Fang Yuan's plans, but he did not invite Wu Shuai. Wouldn't it be easy to invite this clone of his? But Fang Yuan wanted to hide Wu Shuai and not expose him. The Merman Royal Court actually invited Wu Shuai to the banquet. This had great significance. It seemed that the merfolk really wanted to get closer to the Dragonians. I have the rank 8 immortal GU House Dragon Palace after all, but the Merman Imperial Court does not have a rank 8 immortal GU house. Back then, they established their force because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Over these years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence has been declining, it will eventually disappear. The Dragonians are a branch of variant humans, they are indeed natural allies. Even so, the merfolk are taking a huge risk. The current merfolk First Elder is truly decisive. Wu Shuai thought about it and pretended to be ignorant. Then this time, did Qi Ancestor invite Fang Yuan? In the hall, Tang Qiong shook her head. Qi Ancestor said clearly that he would not invite Fang Yuan. He said that this banquet is an Eastern Sea banquet. While Fang Yuan is not an Eastern Sea GU immortal, he will not be invited. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course. If Qi Ancestor invited Fang Yuan, it would be embarrassing for the Celestial Court. This was not because he was afraid of the Celestial Court, but because Fang Yuan cared about the feelings of the other Eastern Sea GU immortals. He was not afraid of the Celestial Court, but the other Eastern Sea GU immortals were. The Celestial Court's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. It was the #1 force in the world after all. It had existed for over 3 million years. If because of the invitation to Fang Yuan, many Eastern Sea GU immortals would feel apprehensive and not attend the banquet, That would go against Fang Yuan's original intention. Moreover, Qixi ancestor had just obtained half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance from Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, if he got close to Fang Yuan, it would be disadvantageous to the overall situation. Tang Qiong observed his expression but did not notice anything. Wu Shuai was an unfathomable person, his expression did not show anything, this suited his identity. Tang Qiong continued to persuade, "Senior Wu Shuai, please forgive this junior for speaking so boldly. In my tribe's opinion, Senior and Fang Yuan have reached an agreement and are cooperating. But Senior is a senior, Fang Yuan is Fang Yuan, the two cannot be confused. Fang Yuan is strong but he is still a human, his identity is special, his actions are ruthless and unfathomable. Dragon men rule the world, but to truly rise up, we need to rely on ourselves, to become an independent force and rule over an area." "Haha, you are right." Wu Shuai smiled and nodded, "I will remember your tribe's sincerity. But now is not the time for my Dragonman race to truly emerge." Qixi ancestor invited many Eastern Sea GU immortals, even though he has reached an agreement with the Celestial Court and is currently neutral. But the Celestial Court will not be happy to see such an influential person in Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. If I attend the banquet, the Celestial Court will be even more wary, they might even take action. By then, we will not know what attitude Qixi ancestor will have. Furthermore, according to my status, I am not an Eastern Sea GU immortal. Tang Qiong pondered, according to my tribe's deductions, Qixi ancestor is strong, but as a lone cultivator, he will likely remain neutral. He has cooperated with Fang Yuan before, and also reached an agreement with the Celestial Court. If Senior goes, it will be a good opportunity for him to display his stance, he will definitely accept Senior, but his attitude will not be cold or warm. Then let me think about it. Wu Shuai said. "All right, Senior, if you want to go, please contact me first. I will take my leave." Seeing Tang Qiong leave Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai fell into deep thought. From this matter, he could see the merfolk's attitude, this was very beneficial to him, he could make use of them. Honestly speaking, he did not want to place too much burden on his main body. For many things, he would rather do his best to resolve them himself. The merfolk were a part of Eastern Sea, their attitude was likely the attitude of the current Eastern Sea GU immortal world towards Qixi ancestor and this grand banquet. This was a good attitude. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's plan. With just Qixi ancestor's status, wanting to hold a banquet and unify the whole of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world was wishful thinking. It was simply impossible. Longevity heaven had been established in northern plains for so many years, but it had not unified Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Fang Yuan did not have any extravagant hopes, what he wanted to do was influence Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. When dealing with the Celestial Court in the future, Qixi ancestors' actions would be an important factor that would influence the decisions of Eastern Sea's GU immortals. Before Qixi ancestors' banquet started, Western Desert's Fang Di Chang, who was also Fang Yuan's clone, had already started to do such a thing. "Everyone, farewell. Friend Xiao, please take care." Fang Di Chang sent off the final Western Desert GU immortal. A gathering of Western Desert's righteous path had just ended. Fang Di Chang cooperated with the main body and led the alliance army of Western Desert's righteous path to defeat the Celestial Court. After the battle, Fang Di Chang made use of the time when this battle result was at its strongest to invite all of Western Desert's superforces for a gathering. These fellows. Fang Gong walked out and looked at Xiao Clan's departing figure with an unhappy expression. The outcome of this gathering was not ideal. Many forces had a cold attitude towards Fang Clan, some even doubted Fang Clan's battle result of defeating the Celestial Court. This was simply a provocation towards Fang Clan. Fang Di Chang smiled bitterly, "First Supreme Elder, don't be angry." Speaking of which, the Celestial Court retreated safely, even though they lost a rank 8, it was the result of Thousand Transformations Ancestors battle. The so-called defeat of the Celestial Court was only our propaganda. Our Fang clan rose up too suddenly, we did not have a true victory. Many of these clans are envious of our good luck in obtaining Divine Bin Palace. Now that we are taking advantage of this victory and holding a gathering, from their point of view, our Fang clan probably can't wait to become the leader. Thus, many forces did not send their powerful elders, they only sent some marginal characters. Other than the 4 allied clans who had a positive attitude, the other superclans did not give Fang clan any face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang clan did not have a true victory, they could not intimidate the other clans with their military strength. Secondly, they did not have true benefits, these clans were not interested. The Celestial Court is definitely sowing discord among them. There is no helping it, influence is something that needs to be developed slowly. Fang Di Chang said. When the 5 regions war starts and central continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Di Chang narrowed his eyes and sighed internally. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? But even though almost everyone understood the big picture, what use was it? Chapter 1893. Celestial Court. In the silver-white sky, there were many immortal palaces. In the discussion hall, more than 10 GU immortals had already gathered. Duke Long sat at the highest level, followed by Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling. Next, by Kang Shui, Song Yang, Che Wei, Yuan Qiongdu, Zhu Xiongxin and others arrived. Other than them, there were Jiu Liu Ryu, WNZ Hong, Prince's Impatience, Xingyi Wang, Jun Shenguang and others. These people could not personally participate in the Celestial Court's discussion because they had missions to do. Every once in a while, the members of the Celestial Court would hold a discussion to discuss and express their opinions, reaching some consensus. During normal times, Wisdom Path GU Immortals were in charge of the Celestial Court's political affairs. In the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was the spiritual leader, while Fairy Myrtle held the authority. Before her, it was Heaven overseeing Tower Lord. Yuan Qiongdu, how is the research on second aperture GU? Duke Long asked. Yuan Qiongdu answered, with Lady Ziwei's help, I have already unraveled some secrets. We can refine rank 1 to 5 second aperture mortal GU now. To be honest, Celestial Court's refinement path foundation was even deeper than Lang Ya sects. In history, there were 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path, Long Hair Ancestor was only one of them, the other 2 true inheritances were all taken into Celestial Court's records. And Yuan Qiongdu was the current Celestial Court's refinement path leader. He was extremely talented and had relied on him to repair Fate GU in the previous life. Together with Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability, with these 3 factors, it was not hard to unravel Fang Yuan's second aperture mortal GU. Hearing this news, many of the immortals present revealed joyful expressions as they started to discuss. I've heard of this second aperture GU, it is a good thing. That's right, with a second aperture, a GU master's battle strength would increase by many times. If we can develop an immortal GU recipe, it would have a huge significance to GU immortals. For this, we should all thank Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle's voice was calm as she interrupted, is Fang Yuan an idiot? When he threw the second aperture GU to Southern Border's righteous path, he must have expected that the second aperture GU's recipe would be cracked. The second aperture had extraordinary significance, but if a GU master had a second aperture, their cultivation time and energy would be doubled. The demand for cultivation resources will also increase correspondingly. I see. The GU immortals here were all rank 8 elites, Fairy Myrtle only had to remind them lightly for them to understand immediately. Fang Yuan did it on purpose. He threw out second aperture GU to extort Southern Border's righteous path, and also to add fuel to the fire in the future 5 regions chaotic war. That's right. With the disappearance of the regional walls and the merging of the 5 regions, the number of GU masters and GU immortals would not change for the time being, but the second aperture GU would definitely become popular rapidly. At that time, the demand for resources would double. How would they fill this gap? They can only go around and fight to obtain resources. This demon's intentions are truly sinister and sinister. Yet, we still have to take this bait of our own accord. They had no choice but to swallow it. Celestial Court had obtained second aperture GU from Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path would also research it, and the other 3 regions would not ignore it. Once a thing like second aperture GU was spread, it would definitely sweep the world. Like when Bloodsea Ancestor created Bloodpath, even though the entire 5 regions' righteous path prohibited Bloodpath cultivation, there were still countless Bloodpath GU masters and GU immortals. You can't research and refine second aperture immortal GU now? Duke Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He rarely spoke, but his words were always to the point, and this time was no exception. Yuan Qiongdu shook his head with a bitter smile. I am still a distance away from deciphering the immortal GU recipe. If I have the help of a few refinement path friends at the same level as me, I might be able to quickly decipher it. But currently, my energy is really limited, and I cannot split myself. Yuan Qiongdu was having a hard time. Earlier, after Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya sect, he wanted to modify Fate Gu's restoration formation. The original formation, because it used Refinement Cauldron as a reference, could not be used for safety reasons. Next, Fang Yuan captured Southern Border's righteous path, and Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of refining Fixed Space GU. Next, Fang Yuan won against Celestial Court in the River of Time, and Celestial Court's Time Path Immortal GU house was destroyed. Yuan Qiongdu was going to refine GU crazily again, and try to refine some Time Path Immortal GU. Recently, Qin Dingling woke up and gave Fairy Myrtle a stack of Luck Path Immortal GU recipes, and Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of the GU refinement. GU refinement itself was a dangerous and difficult task, and Fang Yuan even seized the initiative time and time again, causing Yuan Qiongdu to fail miserably in most of his GU refinement attempts. These last days, he had suffered countless injuries from GU refinement. If not for Celestial Court's excellent healing methods, he would have died long ago. Next, Yuan Qiongdu needs to prepare for the restoration of Fate GU. I'm afraid before Fate GU is completely restored, the second aperture immortal GU recipe cannot be deciphered. Fairy Myrtle announced regretfully. Duke Long nodded, not saying anything else. Qin Dingling sighed. Without the second aperture immortal GU recipe, Southern Border's righteous path cannot completely break free from Fang Yuan's threat and extortion. Ph. These Southern Border GU immortals are a disgrace to the righteous path. They were extorted to this extent by Fang Yuan. In the hall, Xingyi Wang said unhappily. The truth is, Southern Border's righteous path has also made some progress. The beacon tower they set up is an immortal GU house that we should be wary of. Southern Border's righteous path is trying to break free from Fang Yuan. Currently, only Ba clan, Xia clan, and a few other clans are still controlled by Fang Yuan because they desire second aperture immortal GU. But Wu clan, Chai clan, and other clans are actively resisting. They are cooperating with our Celestial Court. Jewel Yellow Skies is already suppressing Fang Yuan's businesses on a large scale. I want to remind everyone, there is a hidden force in Southern Border's GU immortal world that is worth paying attention to, that is Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created back then. There are many GU immortals, including Mushroom Man GU immortals. The strongest among them is Lu Wei Yin. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has not entered Celestial Court, he has always been on friendly terms with us. But what is the attitude of Virtue Paradise? We still need to test it out. I have already considered this. Fairy Myrtle spoke. After some time, I will personally go to Virtue Paradise and ask for the immortal GU. Heavenly Court needed this immortal GU indeed. At the same time, it was also a probe towards Virtue Paradise. If Lu Wei Yin's attitude was good, Celestial Court would try to rope in Virtue Paradise and make use of it. After discussing Southern Border's matters, Celestial Court's immortals started to discuss Western Desert. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, Western Desert's political situation changed drastically. Fang Clan successfully took control of Divine Bin Palace and defeated Celestial Court's forces, causing Celestial Court's strategy of keeping Western Desert in check to suffer a setback. Fang Clan has the capital to rise up indeed. But the crucial factor in this rise is this man, Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Di Chang. This person is ambitious, he is a formidable character. He has already allied with a group of Western Desert Righteous Path forces. If not for our provocation and successful obstruction, Fang Clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chen Yi is dead, we cannot take out a worthy Genesis Lotus inheritor. How will we take back Divine Bin Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fang Di Chang. It will be difficult. This person is very crafty and vigilant. After obtaining Divine Bin Palace, he almost never comes out. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder is Fang Gong. What is his impression of Fang Di Chang? Fang Gong and Fang Di Chang have a close relationship. There is no conflict between them. We cannot make a move for now. Celestial Court's GU Immortals discussed for a while before deciding to send more troops to Western Desert. Even though Celestial Court lost Wei Yifeng, most of their troops were still around. Their main forces were not destroyed. Back then, Celestial Court sent troops here because Fang Yuan used the natural tributary of the River of Time to escape. To block it, Celestial Court set up an immortal formation at the tributary of the River of Time. Later, they found out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor was weak, so they sent more troops. Celestial Court's plan to deal with Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor was severely thwarted, but they did not give up. After discussing, they decided to send a portion of the River of Time's GU Immortals and Immortal GU houses to reinforce them at the crucial moment through the natural tributary of the River of Time. And their main target this time was not Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the Fang family. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone immortal, while Fang Clan was a Righteous Path member. They were gradually influencing the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. If they allowed this to develop, Western Desert's Righteous Path would become a bigger threat to Celestial Court. Fang Clan took away Divine Bin Palace. This meant that Fang Clan and Celestial Court could not reconcile. Thus, it was reasonable for Celestial Court to focus on Fang Clan. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's political situation is also changing. Qi ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's GU Immortals. What is his intention? Not long ago, Qi ancestor and Duke Long came to an agreement not to help Fang Yuan anymore. This person seems to be neutral, but we cannot let our guard down. We already have eyes and ears in this Eastern Sea banquet. By then, we will know what Qi ancestor is planning. Duke Long spoke again at this time. Qi ancestor has extraordinary strength. He is not inferior to me. My personal opinion is to try to rope him in. At least, before Fate GU is repaired, this will reduce the threat to Celestial Court. Duke Long's words made the Celestial Court's GU Immortals feel gloomy. Eastern Sea had a Qi ancestor who could match Duke Long in battle strength. This was unacceptable to the Celestial Court's GU Immortals. After discussing Eastern Sea's matters, it was Northern Plains' turn. Any movement of Northern Plains' longevity heaven was something that Celestial Court paid attention to. Among the 4 regions, Celestial Court was most wary of Northern Plains. Northern Plains' political situation had always been influenced by Celestial Court, especially the cooperation between Old Ancestor Xue Hu and Celestial Court. It was a huge success. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains' GU Immortal World. Old Ancestor Xue Hu was the biggest obstacle. After the discussion of Northern Plains matters, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Right now, we have 5 Time Path Immortal GU houses, but we cannot find any traces of Red Lotus Stone Island. Is there a way to improve it? However, the Celestial Court's Immortals did not have any good ideas. After all, these Stone Lotus Islands were personally arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Qin Dingling also shook her head. In terms of luck path, we already have a Dao Guardian like Feng Zhouge. His luck is too strong. If even he cannot do it, I am also helpless. Duke Long was silent, feeling slightly disappointed. The repair of Fate GU was the Celestial Court's biggest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Fang Yuan, and Dragon Palace could not compare to the threat of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But there was no choice. Celestial Court had already tried their best. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was a huge success. Unfortunately, they were still far from finding Red Lotus Stone Island. There was silence in the discussion hall. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling also showed surprise on their faces. Finally, the remaining Celestial Court's GU immortals became excited. This news is very sudden. A red lotus stone island has appeared in the River of Time. GU Liu Ru has already confirmed it. The red lotus stone island is genuine, it cannot be faked. We have finally found a red lotus true inheritance. As long as we obtain one of them, we might be able to find the remaining red lotus true inheritance. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing, we must obtain the true inheritance. Also, be careful of Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's GU immortals had solemn expressions. That's right, this commotion cannot be hidden from him for long. By then, he will definitely appear. Chapter 1894. Eastern Sea. East of the Bumpy Sea area, west of the Barbecue Islands, there was a huge and unique sea area, Chi Sea. There was no seawater in Chi Sea, but countless Chi currents interweaved and intertwined, forming countless Chi whirlpools. In the remote antiquity era, Chi Sea had a supreme status in the hearts of all the GU immortals in the world. At that time, Chi Path was extremely prosperous. It was the main path of GU cultivation. Other paths were unorthodox. Everything else was low-grade, only Chi Path was high-grade. Chi Sea's scale was even larger, there was a universe inside it, countless Chi currents moved within, they were born and destroyed continuously. At that time, Chi Sea was the #1 Chi Path resource point in the 5 regions. Time passed quickly, the world changed. Chi Path declined, Chi Sea's scale also continued to shrink. By now, Chi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size, the Chi currents inside were pure water Chi. Only at the center, there were still other types of immortal material Chi currents. Chi Sea went from being visited by countless immortals to almost no one cared about it. It mostly contained water Chi. But which sea area in the huge Eastern Sea did not have water Chi? Water Chi was easy to extract. Why would GU immortals need to come all the way to Chi Sea to collect it? Even if they wanted to find other immortal material Chi currents, it was too risky to explore the center of Chi Sea. It was better to directly purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, when I organize the Eastern Sea banquet, Chi Sea will definitely become famous in the 5 regions again. Fang Yuan's main body sat on a cloud, looking down at the Chi Sea area below him. Looking down from above, Chi Sea was light blue in color, countless Chi currents surged and rumbled, it was a stark contrast to the sparkling deep blue seawater. Back then, Southern Border's Rank 8 GU Immortal Chi Xiong created unlimited Chi Sea killer move. To a certain extent, it was inspired by this Chi Sea. Fang Yuan was called Chi Sea Ancestor, it was not a random title. He had already made ample considerations behind the scenes. For example, which part of Eastern Sea was Chi Sea Ancestor's secluded residence? Fang Yuan chose Chi Sea as his secluded residence. Almost no one cared about this place, few GU immortals came to explore it, but it was very compatible with Chi Sea Ancestor's Chi Path. It was reasonable if he said it out loud. Wu Shuai, the dragonoid clone, sent a message from the center of the Chi Sea. The formation is ready. This banquet was very important to Fang Yuan, so he had prepared a lot. Not only did Fang Yuan send Wu Shuai over, but he also set up a grand array in the center of his Chi Sea. This formation was a Chi Path formation. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone relied on his Chi Path Great Grandmaster attainment, Formation Path Grandmaster attainment, and the Light of Wisdom to deduce this after a month. In the center of the Chi Sea, countless streams of air surged and shuttled back and forth. The environment was quite dangerous. It was extremely difficult to set up an immortal array in such a place. However, it was still not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not lacking in array Dao, and he had plenty of resources on hand. Moreover, he did not aim for the level of the 9 consecutive unceasing array. Instead, he was very pragmatic and pursued cost-effectiveness. Fang Yuan's main body sent out his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed his eyes to rest. This banquet was of great significance to him. He was using the world as a chessboard, arranging his chess pieces and guiding the general trend. However, this was not so easy. In Southern Border, Fang Yuan's influence was already low. Wu Yong was actively trying to establish connections, his political skills were superb, Fang Yuan could not stop him. In Western Desert, even though Fang clan was rising, their influence still needed time to spread. At the same time, be it the Celestial Court or the other Western Desert forces, they all had different thoughts. Fang Dichang's clone had a long way to go. Central Continent had the Celestial Court, it was almost impenetrable, like an iron bucket. Back then, Shadow Sect planted Zombie Alliance and Defy had already been destroyed by Fairy Myrtle. In Northern Plains, Fang Yuan and Chu Du were the closest, but it did not affect the overall situation. Even though Bing Sai Chuan had not awakened yet, Longevity Heaven was gradually exerting its power, this was not a place where Fang Yuan could interfere. Thus, Eastern Sea became an important part of Fang Yuan's plan. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources. If it succeeded, the 5 regions would merge, and Fang Yuan would be able to use this influence to influence the other 4 regions. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the sky as he muttered, "They are here." An immortal GU house flew over from the sky. It seemed slow but was actually very fast. The immortal GU house stopped as a young girl with bright eyes walked out. She wore a long dress with pink clouds embroidered on it. Hua clan's first supreme elder Hua Cai Yun pays respects to Chi Si ancestor. Hua Cai Yun had rank 8 cultivation level, she had a respectful attitude. Next, several Hua clan GU immortals walked out of Hua clan's immortal GU house and greeted Fang Yuan. "It is not the appointed time yet, you came early, please take a seat." Fang Yuan waved his hand, chi currents gathered on his right hand, forming a cloud. Hua Cai Yun kept the immortal GU house into her immortal aperture, she sat down while the other Hua clan GU immortals stood behind her. "This junior is meeting ancestor for the first time, I am very excited, this is a small gift from Hua clan, please accept it, ancestor." Hua Cai Yun said as the GU immortal behind her took out an item and presented it with both hands. Fang Yuan looked over, this was a lump of chi that resembled a ball, it was held in the hands of the Hua clan GU immortal. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in this chi lump, there was heavy rain at times, it was sunny at times, and snow was falling at other times. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he recognized it. This was a rare rank 9 heaven chi lump. Heaven chi and earth chi were the source chi of all beings, they were very ordinary. Fang Yuan would sometimes open his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish his sovereign immortal aperture. He had many secluded domains of heaven and earth in his immortal aperture, these things expended heaven and earth chi, it was a huge burden to the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, after Fang Yuan annexed Chi Xiong Grotto Heaven, his chi path Dao marks increased sharply, his immortal aperture produced a lot of heaven chi and earth chi, this burden was greatly reduced. But the heaven chi that Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture absorbed or produced were all ordinary GU materials, it was just that the quantity was huge, they could not even be considered immortal materials. If heaven chi became an immortal material, it would condense into a lump and could not be separated easily. Its value would rise sharply, ordinary heaven chi could not compare to it. The simplest use of immortal material heaven chi was to scatter it. Many GU immortals used it like this. They would buy such a lump of heaven chi from jewel yellow skies and scatter it in their immortal aperture, forming lightning, wind, frost, and other weather changes. This weather would last for some time, it would affect the GU immortals' resource points or immortal apertures. Jewel yellow skies usually sold rank 6 or 7 heaven chi. Rank 8 immortal material heaven chi was already very rare. And rank 9 heaven chi was hard to come by, jewel yellow skies might not even appear once in 1,000 years. Hua Cai Yun gave a portion of rank 9 heaven to Fang Yuan, it was because of her sincerity, and also because Hua clan was most proficient in cloud path, they were proficient in exploring both black and white heaven, it showed their deep foundation. Almost at the same time, in the river of time, 4 immortal GU houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion had openings on all sides, it had a simple structure, it moved by walking on the waves. 3 autumn yellow crane platform was elegant and elegant, The orange-yellow eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The light of the autumn sun was divided into 3 layers, covering the surface of the immortal GU houses. Shark flow lever was snow-white like jade. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. Moment stage was rank 8. There was a spiral of stone stairs outside. It reached the highest point in the inner area. There was a red brick building with green tiles. The 4 immortal GU houses were carrying Celestial Court and Central Continent's GU immortals. They were all moving towards one destination, Red Lotus Stone Island. Inside present and past pavilion, a rank 8 GU immortal was standing, looking at the surging river outside the pavilion. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. He had a gentle aura. He was carefree and elegant. His gaze was deep as he tried to comprehend something. This person was Feng Joga. During this period of time, I have been observing the river of time. I have seen the rise and fall of the world. I have seen the rise and fall of the past and present. Fate is like a tidal wave, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid. The profundity of it cannot be described. I can only sing about it. Feng Joga had been comprehending Destiny's song all along. Different from the previous life, after Fang Yuan's rebirth, Feng Joga's destiny changed a lot. In Lang Ya Blessed Land, he was defeated by Fang Yuan and sent away by Chen Yi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He gained inspiration for Destiny Song. This was much earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some inspiration, Feng Joga came to the River of Time. He grasped this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Feng Joga could use present and past pavilion to observe certain lives and scenes from the past. This was a huge help to his comprehension of Destiny GU. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete. It was 10% higher than in the previous life during the Fate War in Central Continent. My Destiny Song has already described the destinies of countless lives. But the destinies of Venerables cannot be described in detail. Last time in Celestial Court, when I looked at Reckless Savage's bloodskin, I had an unfathomable feeling. I hope that this Stone Lotus Island can give me an opportunity to compose Destiny Song. We are here, it is here. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. The 4 immortal GU houses stopped, and above the Stone Lotus Island, Eternal Yacht was already floating. Eternal Yacht was the first immortal GU house to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The GU immortals on it immediately informed Celestial Court. Thus, the 5 houses gathered. Feng Joga looked over with anticipation. GU Liu Ru, who was in moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it. The hard work of generations of Celestial Court was not in vain. Countless years of hard work has finally paid off. GU Liu Ru sighed internally. He had experienced many hardships in his life. His lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed. He had a cold personality. But right now, he was showing all sorts of emotions. There was excitement, pride, and sorrow. Taking in a deep breath, GU Liu Ru calmed down completely. He sat in his wheelchair, his eyes shining with cold light as he calmly ordered, "Start setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. I will lead moment stage, Feng Joga will lead present and past pavilion to defend this place. Eternal Yacht will go to the tributary and receive our reinforcements. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform will patrol the surroundings. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Chapter 1895. The 3 layers of supplementary formations are done. The first group of GU immortals stopped. They sat cross-legged in the immortal GU house and closed their eyes to rest. The second group took over and started to place rank 8 immortal GU suppress on top of the 3 layers of supplementary formations. The second group had 8 GU immortals, rank 7 and rank 6. They worked together and cooperated well. After some effort, they finally placed suppress immortal GU. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. As a rule path immortal GU suppress, it was not easy to place it down. But rank 8 Immortal GU Suppress was one of the core Immortal GU of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. It was the first rank 8 Immortal GU to be placed down. Only by placing it down could there be subsequent constructions. At this time, the second group of GU Immortals started to rest, while the first group of GU Immortals started to work again. They did not continue with the construction. Instead, they started to dismantle the 3 layers of supplementary GU formations that they had set up earlier. These GU formations were used to support the Immortal GU Suppress and help it to be placed down. Now that the goal was achieved, they had to get rid of these 3 layers of supplementary formations to free up space to continue setting up the Immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the Seedling Fire formation. The third group of GU Immortals quickly took over. The first group of GU Immortals were extremely tired, they needed to rest. The Seedling Fire formation is done, next is the Paper Cage formation. Let's go. The second group of GU Immortals took over. If the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was broken down, it had 138 subformations. The Seedling Fire formation and the Paper Cage formation were 2 of them. Be careful. There is a change in the river of time, a huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone warned. At this time, the first group of GU Immortals were still resting, they were trying to recover their strength. The second and third group of GU Immortals were busy setting up the formation, only the fourth group of GU Immortals was in charge of the emergency. Celestial Court divided the GU Immortals into 4 groups to set up the formation. Among them, the first group had the strongest ability to set up formations. They were in charge of the core and most important part of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The second and third group were all supplementary, their abilities were about the same. The fourth group had the least amount of GU Immortals, they had some ability to set up formations, they were the emergency backup team. The fourth group of GU Immortals set out, destroying the huge wave. The second and third group of GU Immortals who were setting up the formation. While checking to see if the formation was affected, he began to make preparations for the next step. GU Lyoru and Feng Joga were in charge of Moment Stage and Present and Past Pavilion respectively. Feng Joga's eyes were empty as he continued to comprehend fate. GU Lyoru's eyes were deep and he was on high alert. We've discovered the Stone Lotus Island. The commotion caused by the formation will definitely be noticed by Fang Yuan. He will definitely come and destroy us. Before the river subduing Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation is completed, we will be at our weakest. It is also the best time for Fang Yuan to attack. This time, it is a matter of great importance. I want to wash away my humiliation. I can't let Fang Yuan succeed. Just as he was thinking, a silver light suddenly appeared in the distance. GU Liu Ryu's heart instantly jumped. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower and Shark Flow Lever, which were patrolling the perimeter, immediately turned around and intercepted them. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. GU Liu Ryu, your Celestial Court actually wants to take away Red Lotus True Inheritance right under my nose. He, you are dreaming. Myriad Year Flying Warship rapidly approached. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard from within. GU Liu Ryu snorted coldly, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Fang Yuan, you are just a loser, wasn't the lesson last time painful enough? He was a time path great expert, he was like a fish in water in the river of time. If it were a rank 8 GU immortal of any other path, they would have to expend a lot of effort to transmit their voice throughout the battlefield. Haha, with me here, don't even think of setting up the formation. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, Myriad Year Flying Warship surroundings were already shining with bright light. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords that whizzed through the air, heading straight for the incomplete River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation. GU Liu Ryu's expression immediately turned dark, he felt a headache. Celestial Court was most wary of this formation. Fang Yuan attacked the enemy's most vulnerable point, he was very vicious. Celestial Court could only defend themselves, they naturally fell into a passive state. Last time, when Fang Yuan attacked the river-subduing Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation, Celestial Court could take the initiative to dismantle it. But this time, with this Red Lotus Stone Island, even if Celestial Court had to pay the price of blood, they had to ensure that the formation was set up properly. Boom boom boom. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower was the first to arrive. It started to fight with myriad-year flying warship. The aftershocks created huge waves in the River of Time. Next, Shark Flow Lever also arrived. While the 3 immortal GU houses were fighting intensely in the River of Time, above Eastern Sea's Chi Sea, the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. After Hua Cai Yun, the GU immortals of Eastern Sea's superforces, Song Clan, Su Clan, and Cai Clan, also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Chi Yuan. He brought Song Yishe to the banquet. This is Junior's granddaughter, Song Yishe. She has heard of Senior's magnificence and yearns to meet you. She begged me to come and see Senior's magnificence. Song Chi Yuan smiled as he took the initiative to introduce Song Yishe. Song Yishe lost her father at a young age. As her grandfather, Song Chi Yuan doted on her a lot. He specially brought Song Yishe to this Eastern Sea banquet to give her a chance to show her face. Junior greets Chi Sea ancestor. Song Yishe respectfully bowed. Her skin was white as snow, she had bright eyes and white teeth, she wore a blue-white dress, she had a pure aura, she was indeed one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's GU immortals. Like Hua Cai Yun, Song Chi Yuan also brought a gift. It was a Chi Path inheritance in Song Clan's inventory. It came from a Chi Path rank 8 great expert in history. Fang Yuan took a look at the contents. It was quite unique and valuable. Fang Yuan looked at Song Yishe below the stage and smiled, showing the concern of a senior. Song Clan has a successor, she is a good seedling. This is the first time I am meeting you. I cannot go without a gift. Saying so, he took out a rank 8 water path immortal material. It slowly floated in front of Song Yishe. Song Yishe was from a great clan after all. She quickly received this gift and thanked him respectfully. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the chi flow condensed, forming a mountain in an instant, right below his left hand. Song Chi Yuan saw this seat and showed a joyful expression. He brought Song Yishe to their seats. Song Yishe kept the rank 8 water path immortal material in her immortal aperture. She was very humble. She had the demeanor of a lady from a great clan. Hua Cai Yun laughed and greeted, Song Chi Yuan, this is the first time ancestor is giving a gift. If I had known, I would have brought my grandson here. She was the earliest to arrive. She had already conversed with Fang Yuan for a while, thus her tone was much warmer. Song Chi Yuan laughed. He was secretly pleased. He felt that bringing Song Yishe here was a wise decision. Song Yishe was seeing Chi Si ancestor for the first time, but she was already impressed by his aura. She thought, this senior is indeed the number 1 GU immortal in Eastern Sea. He can even fight with Celestial Court's Duke Long. He is truly an expert. He is so magnanimous and magnanimous. If she knew that the person in front of her was Fang Yuan, that Fang Yuan had once acted as Xing Xiongzi and peeped at her bathing, seeing her naked, she would not have such thoughts. Qing Yuan greets Chi Si ancestor. Qing Yuan was the 3rd Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal to arrive. Junior Qing Yuji Cheng greets Chi Si ancestor. A young man followed behind Qing Yuan. He wore a green robe, he had a tall nose and wide face, his eyes were bright like stars. He was a genius of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Good. Fang Yuan praised as he assessed Qing Yuji Cheng, another good seedling. Ancestor has a gift for you. He gave Qing Yuji Cheng a rank 8 immortal material. Qing Yuji Cheng quickly thanked him. Hua Cai Yun gradually realized this and thought to herself, this Chi Si ancestor seems to like helping juniors, just this alone shows his breadth of mind. Right at this time, Nangong Clan's GU immortals arrived at the banquet. Hua Cai Yun's expression sank. At this moment, the first supreme elder of Nangong Clan came here with Hua and was a Hua Clan GU immortal, but he betrayed Hua Clan and joined Nangong Clan. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He was one of the 3 wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. There was a poem, Jiaodan in bipolar, Hua An in Nangong, and Dragonhead Tortoise, surviving adversity C. Even though Hua Cai Yun was unhappy, she did not flare up. This was Chi Si ancestor's banquet. She wanted to get close to the number 1 expert of Eastern Sea. She had to endure. Eastern Sea's righteous path members arrived one after another. The last to arrive was the first Supreme Elder of the Merman Imperial Court. Fang Yuan consoled her before arranging for her to sit at the end of the banquet. After the Merman Grand Elder sat down, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking, even though this was the first time she was meeting Qi ancestor, this great expert's attitude towards mermen was quite good. Of course it was good. Mermen had to work closely with the dragonmen, they were Fang Yuan's natural allies. Fang Yuan would not make things difficult for her. Seeing the scene of Fang Yuan treating the Merman Grand Elder, Eastern Sea's righteous path GU immortals fell into deep thought. River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship had already reached the inner area. Immortal Killer moved Daybreak Sword. The sword group moved like pythons, piercing through the battlefield and attacking 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform shone with a gem-like orange light, weakening the silver flying swords layer by layer. On the other side, Shark Flow Lever shot out 3 cold currents, freezing the water of the River of Time below Myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan snorted coldly from inside Myriad-year flying warship, the silver flying swords shot back into the river below the warship. Immortal Killer move, Torrent Advance. Myriad-year flying warship flew like a meteor, crashing into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that was still being set up. Boom! With a loud sound, Moment Stage blocked Myriad-year flying warship, the 2 rank 8 immortal GU houses clashed head-on. Moment Stage was slightly disadvantaged, while Myriad-year flying warship's momentum was broken, it was blocked by Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Celestial Court had a deep foundation, they had already prepared several methods to deal with Myriad-year flying warship. After several battles, Myriad-year flying warship had already exposed all of its methods, they were not very effective. Right at this time, 2 more Time Path immortal GU houses arrived to reinforce it. The Eternal Boat carried Xing Yuang while the 9 spiritual fairy sat in the Sun Moon Monastery. Celestial Court's reinforcements had arrived. For rank 8 GU immortals, 6 Time Path immortal GU houses. Celestial Court's morale was greatly boosted. Eastern Sea, above Qi Sea. Qi currents surged, forming a huge cloud. At Qi Sea ancestors' will, countless delicacies and wines slowly rose from the Qi currents. It was time, Qi Sea ancestor was about to raise his cup and announce the start of the banquet, when a voice came from the horizon. Black Soul Sea Lord invites Qi Sea ancestor to teach him. Following that, a rank 8 aura filled with yin energy enveloped the entire place. Eastern Sea's immortals were stunned, their eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1896. Moment Stage, Present and Past Pavilion, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, Sun and Moon Observatory. Jiu Liu Ru, Feng Joga, Xing Yi Wang, 9 Spiritual Fairy. Celestial Court had invested a huge amount of manpower into the River of Time, they were determined to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side only had Myriad-year flying warship. Even though it was rank 8, it was too weak in front of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's 6 immortal GU houses and 4 rank 8 GU immortals surrounded Myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship was in trouble, but Fang Yuan's voice was unhurried, he even had the mood to talk. He, you want to occupy the Stone Lotus Island? Since I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Immortal Killer move, Myriad-year hunting. A strange fragrance came from Myriad-year flying warship, it spread rapidly and caused countless beast roars in the surroundings. A wave of year beast tide was brewing. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan worked together to snatch Red Lotus True Inheritance from Celestial Court, but Feng Joga destroyed their plan and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This time, Fang Yuan made the same choice, he used Myriad-year hunting to activate a beast tide to attack the Stone Lotus Island. This method could be said to be Myriad-year flying warship's strongest method, but its weakness was also very obvious. The year beast tide could not differentiate between friend and foe, it was actually targeting Myriad-year flying warship. Last time, Celestial Court's GU immortals fell for Fang Yuan's scheme, they thought that Fang Yuan could control the beast tide, They slaughtered a large number of year beasts and blocked many attacks for myriad year flying warship. After suffering a huge loss, Celestial Court's GU Immortals finally found out that Fang Yuan could not control this beast tide. Celestial Court's GU Immortals had already grasped the weakness of myriad year hunting. But this time, Fang Yuan used it on Celestial Court's weakness. Celestial Court was setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. They could not dodge it, they could only face it head-on. Gu Liu Ru snorted coldly. This scoundrel is truly vicious. Sure enough, he's using this move again. His expression was calm as he immediately dispatched his men. The Eternal Ship and the Shark Flow Lever quickly left the battlefield. At the same time, 9 Spiritual Fairy also jumped out of the immortal Gu house, turning into an immemorial desolate beast and leaving the battlefield. The Celestial Court had the upper hand, and Fang Yuan's myriad year flying warship was already surrounded, so the evacuation of these people could not be stopped. After leaving the battlefield, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever suddenly shined with a bright light. The aura of 2 years flow like water immortal Gu spread everywhere. The beast tide that had just formed was attracted by these 2 immortal Gu houses, 80% of them charged towards these 2 immortal Gu houses. The remaining 20% was intercepted by 9 Spiritual Fairies' immemorial desolate beast and used for her own purposes. It really is her. 9 Spiritual Fairy. Central Continent's history, an enslavement path and transformation path dual cultivator rank 8 great expert. The GU Immortals inside myriad year flying warship had already recognized 9 Spiritual Fairy. At this moment, Fang Yuan's main body was still in Eastern Sea, only a lump of his will was inside the warship. The will thought about it and compared it with the previous life's memories. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not wake up in the previous life, but she woke up in this life, and in fact, she woke up in advance. This was a completely different change. When she turned into an immemorial year beast, the river of time was no longer an obstacle to her. Even though the Celestial Court did not directly break myriad year hunting, they thought of a way to deal with it. They analyzed the principle of myriad year hunting, and from this aspect, they ingeniously resolved the year beast tide that had yet to fully form. Next, even if year beasts rushed over, they would only be a few, they would not pose a threat. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had been enduring and hiding his methods. Once his methods were exposed, the Celestial Court would react quickly and make deductions to deal with him in the next battle. Daybreak Sword was like this, Torrential Charge was like this, and Myriad Year Hunting was also like this. The killer move Myriad Year Hunting, which could change the situation, was broken by the Celestial Court before it could even take effect. The remaining 4 immortal GU houses surrounded Myriad Year flying warship and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan, use whatever methods you have. Gu Liu Ru sneered. Inside Myriad Year flying warship, Fang Yuan's will was silent and did not reply. The battle continued. Myriad Year flying warship was at a disadvantage, it could not turn the situation around. Even though it tried to break out of the encirclement, it did not succeed. The 4 immortal GU houses on the Celestial Court side were led by Moment Stage. It was also a rank 8 immortal GU house, and with the Time Path great expert Gu Liu Ru personally guarding it, Moment Stage was not inferior to Myriad Year flying warship. At the same time, the other 3 immortal GU houses assisted it. Their coordination with Moment Stage was not as simple as it seemed, it was very exquisite. Evidently, the GU Immortals inside these immortal GU houses had not been slacking during this period, they had been training intensely, their battle strength had risen greatly. Fang Yuan is already a cornered beast, he is no longer a threat. We need to be careful, we cannot be careless when fighting this demon. Our river suppression lotus ceiling formation is almost complete. What else can Fang Yuan do to stop us? The morale of the GU Immortals on the Celestial Court side soared. Many of them could already see the scene of Fang Yuan's death. But right at this time, a majestic aura rose from the stone lotus island. Golden light blossomed as a grey stone giant slowly stood up. This giant was extremely tall, it had bulging muscles and thick fur, its eyes were shining with a fierce beast light. What monster is this? It has the aura of Time Path. We have not explored the Stone Lotus Island yet, but we have already triggered the Stone Lotus Island's guards. Oh no, the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation is not complete yet. The expressions of the GU Immortals on the Celestial Court side changed. The giant roared fiercely, it emitted the roar of a dragon and tiger, the sound waves spread in all directions, creating huge waves around the island. The River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation shook intensely, the GU Immortals who set it coughed out blood. Quick, stabilize the formation. The paper cage formation was broken, quickly repair it. Fourth class GU Immortals, quickly reinforce us. The GU Immortals who set up the formation were flustered. The grey stone giant roared as its arms shook, the muscles on its upper arms and forearms expanded to 3 times their original size like inflated balloons. A pitch-black bull horn grew out of his forehead. He lowered his head slightly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He opened his palms and faced each other. Countless streams of air whizzed and converged at the center of his palms, forming a surging vortex. Jiu Liu Ryu saw this and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He could tell, these chi currents were only the surface, they were actually time path Dao marks. More and more time path Dao marks were extracted by the giant, gathering into a huge silver ball of light. The ball of light became larger, the giant roared as it exerted strength, its arms shook as it threw the silver ball out. The silver ball shot out like a meteor, creating huge winds and waves along the way. The central continent Righteous Path GU Immortals' pupils shrunk, they were shocked by the power of this silver ball. Quick, let us block it. GU Liu Ryu gritted his teeth, he braced himself as he controlled Moment Stage to block the silver ball. Boom! At the next moment, with a loud sound, the silver ball smashed onto Moment Stage, a terrifying force erupted, Moment Stage seemed to have fallen into a tornado, it resisted with all its might but was still sent flying backwards. We blocked it. Moment Stage finally stopped, GU Liu Ryu let out a breath of air. The front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed, it was filled with cracks, a large number of mortal GU were dead, even immortal GU were damaged. The GU Immortals inside Moment Stage were already in a mess, they were no longer as relaxed as when they trapped Fang Yuan, they were trying to repair this immortal GU house. The aftermath of the silver ball's explosion created intense winds and waves that crashed into the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. A large number of GU worms died, the GU Immortals who set up the formation were extremely busy. The grey stone giant saw that its attack was futile, it started to condense the silver ball again. GU Liu Ryu saw this and gritted his teeth, he controlled Moment Stage to charge down. But when Moment Stage got close to the Stone Lotus Island, the Stone Lotus Island shined with a bright light, a formless force blocked Moment Stage. Using this time, the grey stone giant condensed another silver ball of light in its palms. The light ball shot out, GU Liu Ryu had no choice but to grit his teeth and use Moment Stage to block it again. Boom! With another loud sound, from the intense explosion, the front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed, a large number of bricks and tiles flew out, turning into GU worm corpses in the air. The grey stone giant saw that its attack was blocked again, it roared furiously and started to condense the silver ball of light again. GU Liu Ryu frowned deeply, this giant clearly has a time path method, it seems familiar. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had such a trump card. However, even if I know where it is, I can only block its attack and sacrifice the moment platform to protect the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Array in a short period of time. Thankfully, we have Moment Stage. GU Liu Ryu felt some joy internally. The instant platform signature technique was its position shift. It was capable of moving from one location to another in an instant. This was not a space path method, it was time path, it was not teleportation in essence, but it compressed the time that Moment Stage took to teleport to a single instant. If the distance was further, it would only take a few moments. GU Liu Ryu wanted to protect the formation, his goal was clear. As long as the formation was activated, it could isolate the inside from the outside, by then, the Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's arrangements on the island would be weakened and suppressed. Internally, it was like a strong layer of protection for the outside world. By then, even if Fang Yuan wanted to come in, with this formation and several immortal Jiyu houses to defend him, it would be very difficult. Fang Yuan understood this too. Myriad-year flying warship charged left and right. The remaining immortal Jiyu houses were only rank 7, it was difficult to trap it. It was like a simple fishing net trying to trap a shark. Celestial Court's situation was deteriorating. Seeing that the situation was bad, Jiyu Liu Ryu snorted coldly. He left Moment Stage and joined in the encirclement of Myriad-year flying warship. He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. With his help, Celestial Court stabilized its situation again. Persevere. We will win if we persevere. As long as we last this period, when the formation is set up, it will be Fang Yuan's death. Jiyu Liu Ryu controlled the situation. He fought Myriad-year flying warship while raising the morale of his people. Finally, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was set up. The huge force formed a circular barrier that not only enveloped the stone lotus island, but also Myriad-year flying warship. The formation activated. The grey stone giant grunted. It was greatly suppressed. Myriad-year hunting was also restricted. The fragrance could not spread out. It could not form a beast tide. Let's get rid of Fang Yuan first before exploring the stone lotus island. Jiyu Liu Ryu shouted. Without the threat of Myriad-year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 spiritual fairy returned and joined in the encirclement of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, this will be your burial ground. Jiyu Liu Ryu's eyes shined with bright light. He had a cold expression. A generation's heavenly demon is going to die here? Foam Joga narrowed his eyes. Inspiration regarding Destiny song appeared in his mind. To prevent any problems from arising, let's kill him. Xing Yi Wang controlled Shark Flow Lever. His killing intent surged as he charged forward. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. Her movements were not slow at all. She went behind Myriad-year flying warship and unleashed her aura, preparing a killer move. But at this time, Fang Yuan's cold laughter could be heard from within Myriad-year flying warship. Members of Celestial Court, you are all trapped. Do you still not know it? Before he finished speaking, the stone lotus island shot out intense light. Dozens of huge water pillars rose from the river beside the island. The intense light and water pillars forcefully connected to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The expressions of the central continent Jiyu immortals inside the formation cores changed. Someone shouted in shock. What's going on? We have lost control of the formation. Such a shocking change was not a small matter. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court had expressions of disbelief, but they had to believe it. This was all a trap set up by Fang Yuan. I did not sacrifice a stone lotus island to trap him in vain. Members of Celestial Court, this is not my place to die, it is yours. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when the grey stone giant on the stone lotus island grew chicken wings on its back, feathers grew on its head, its mouth turned into a bird's beak and its hands turned into tiger claws. It flew out and charged into the encirclement to receive Myriad-year flying warship. Jiyu Liu Ryu had a flash of inspiration. He finally recognized the grey stone giant. He was shocked and furious. This is the 12 Zodiac ancient battle formation. To think that it was Fang Yuan's method. This is all Fang Yuan's scheme. He has already obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. He can control the stone lotus island. This 12 Zodiac ancient battle formation is likely the content of the True Inheritance. His time path foundation has risen sharply. He can actually restrain our formation. We cannot stay here for long. Retreat. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court quickly discussed. They decided to retreat. But the awkward thing was, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that they had spent all their effort to set up was now an obstacle that obstructed them. You want to leave now? Too late. Fang Yuan's laughter could be heard from within Myriad-year flying warship. Daybreak swords shot out and covered 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever. The grey stone giant roared as it pounced towards present and past pavilion. Waves surged around present and past pavilion, but the grey stone giant ignored them. It continued to charge forward and punch with its fist. The grey stone giant was too tall. Its fist was even larger than present and past pavilion. Before the fist even landed, tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The fist force was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Foam Joga squinted. The other GU immortals were horrified. Facing this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing. Any attempt to dodge would be futile. They could not dodge. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire present and past pavilion was destroyed by the grey stone giant's fist. The GU immortals inside suffered heavy casualties. Foam Joga escaped in a sorry state. Moment Stage. At the crucial moment, Moment Stage teleported and caught Foam Joga. Facing the approaching Moment Stage, the grey stone giant did not even look at it. It turned around and ran towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal GU house of Spirit Affinity House. It was slightly weaker. As the grey stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not move in time. The giant was too fast. In the river of time, with the power of the Stone Lotus Island, its battle strength was simply unheard of. Boom. With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple exploded. Most of the GU immortals were dead. No. GU Liu Ru gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. His body was shaking with hatred. Celestial Court's GU immortals lost their momentum. They tried to retreat. The grey stone giant's battle strength made them feel despair. Eastern Sea, above Chi Sea. The GU immortals' eyes shined brightly as they looked at Chi Sea Ancestor and Black Soul Sea Area's Zhongyin. Zhongyin was a lone cultivator, but he was rank 8. Everyone in Eastern Sea knew about him. The immortals did not expect him to challenge Chi Sea Ancestor. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, when Long Long fought with Chi Sea Ancestor, only Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng had witnessed it, and they were both righteous path GU immortals. Under everyone's gazes, Chi Sea Ancestor smiled lightly. GU immortal Zhongyin, you have guts, but can you take one move from me? Zhongyin smiled proudly. Ancestor, you are looking down on me, let alone one move, He stopped abruptly. The other GU immortals' expressions changed. At that instant, they felt the entire world buzzing. Chi currents came from all directions in response. The surrounding 10,000 li felt the pressure rise sharply. The immortals' pupils shrunk, they broke out in cold sweat, they felt the endless pressure, they were like insects in amber, they were extremely weak. What killer move is this? This is Chi Sea Ancestor's method. We are only affected. How much pressure is Zhongyin, who is at the center of it, facing? The immortals looked over, they saw that Zhongyin's face was red, he was motionless in the air, his eyes were wide open, he struggled but he could only tremble, he could not break free. The immortals' hearts shook intensely. A rumbling sound could be heard from above them. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up, their expressions turning pale. They saw a giant hand, completely made of chi currents. It was pale and transparent, it stretched for 1,000 li, covering the sky. The giant hand pressed down, the Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated, it was like a mountain was crashing down on their heads. What kind of power is this? If I did not see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. This is probably comparable to a rank 9, right? Chi Sea Ancestor. At the banquet, many GU immortals stood up unconsciously, their bodies were shaking as they panicked. Zhongyin screamed with all his might, his body shined with dark light, there was also a weak lightning reaction. But he could not break free, he was firmly fixed in the air. This scene made Song Chi Yuan and the other rank 8 GU immortals feel their hearts pounding. It seems that Zhongyin has already used all his strength, but he cannot break free. Is Zhongyin going to die here? Chi Sea Ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Is he trying to use Zhongyin's life to establish his might in Eastern Sea? It was hard to imagine that a rank 8 GU immortal could not even retaliate against Chi Sea Ancestor. But the truth was right in front of them. Song Chi Yuan and the other Eastern Sea GU immortals had to believe it. The giant chi current hand got close to Zhongyin and suddenly collapsed. It passed through Zhongyin and stuck to Chi Sea. There was no earth-shattering explosion. After the giant chi current hand touched Chi Sea, it quickly disintegrated and merged into Chi Sea. Zhongyin regained his freedom, his clothes were soaked in cold sweat, he had a look of lingering fear, his eyes were wide open as he breathed roughly. Look at Chi Sea. Song Yisha called out. The immortals looked over, they saw that the vast and dangerous Chi Sea with countless whirlpools had been flattened, it was like a mirror. The Eastern Sea immortals were shaken, many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestors' divine might, Junior is in awe. Zhong Yin let out a breath of air, he bowed dejectedly. Thank you for showing mercy, Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was still sitting at the main seat, his eyelids seemed to be closing, he waved his sleeves lightly. Take a seat. Thank you, Ancestor. Zhong Yin sat down amidst the deathly silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing, those who were sitting were not much better, they were like statues. Qi Si Ancestor defeated Zhong Yin in one move, they were completely shaken. Ancestor's divine might. After a while, Song Qi Yuan reacted, he stood up and bowed respectfully. Ancestor's divine might. Shen Tsongsheng also stood up and bowed. Ancestor's divine might. Ancestor's divine might. Countless Eastern Sea GU immortals bowed, they were all in awe. Fang Yuan smiled, he said plainly, please take a seat, the banquet will begin. Chapter 1897. The Stone Lotus Island ambush planned by Fang Yuan had ended. Bright light still filled Celestial Court, but in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was heavy. At the crucial moment, Jiyu Liu Ru risked his life to block myriad-year flying warship. We barely survived. 9 spiritual fairy said as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with tears. Jiyu Liu Ru risked his life to defend them appeared in front of her again. 9 spiritual fairy had a beautiful appearance, she liked to wear large robes, she usually had long sleeves and had a majestic aura, but now, she was bathed in blood, she was covered in injuries, her large robe was tattered and hanging down. 9 spiritual fairies' thin and weak body was wrapped in the robe, showing a never-before-seen weakness. In this battle in the River of Time, Celestial Court had the absolute advantage at the start, but they lost in the end. All 6 immortal GU houses were destroyed, only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Joga managed to escape. Feng Joga was also in the hall now, he did not have his usual elegance, his eyes were dim, they were no longer bright, they showed a perplexed expression. Fairy Myrtle sighed, she told the two to recuperate. She already knew about the entire battle situation, she called 9 spiritual fairy over to ask for more details and clues. To think that the Stone Lotus Island is in Fang Yuan's hands, how did he do it? We did not sense anything at all. Fairy Myrtle deduced silently but could not find any clues. Precisely because of this mistake, Celestial Court lost in this battle. Everything was within Fang Yuan's calculations, they lost too miserably. Duke Long smiled bitterly, the truth is, we had guessed that Fang Yuan had a Red Lotus true inheritance before. But in the previous battle, myriad-year flying warship was forced to run around by us, even using the dangers of the River of Time was useless. Now, it seemed that Fang Yuan had purposely arranged that battle. Firstly, it was to attract our attention so that he could fight for the Dragon Palace. Secondly, it was to pave the way for this battle and show weakness to the enemy. What a cunning and sinister devil. Then, when did Fang Yuan obtain the true teachings of the Red Lotus? If he had obtained it recently, then so be it. If he had set foot on the Stone Lotus Islands a long time ago, that would be even more terrifying, Fairy Myrtle thought as she felt a chill run down her spine. Now, the Celestial Court was facing a very difficult situation. However, no matter how difficult the predicament was, the Celestial Court had to face it directly. There was no room for evasion. Duke Long said solemnly, even if Fang Yuan obtains a copy of Red Lotus True Legacy and grasps the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation, we still have to continue investing our strength in the River of Time. Of course. Red Lotus had more than one true inheritance, if Fang Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would be even more terrifying. For the Celestial Court, the River of Time was a place they had to defend, Red Lotus true inheritance was something they had to fight for. This problem might only be alleviated and improved after Fate GU was successfully repaired. But now, the Celestial Court had to start anew. 6 immortal GU houses were destroyed, they had to build another 6, or even 10. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a solemn expression. In this aspect, she had the same opinion as Duke Long, but Fairy Myrtle had a troubled expression. There was a difficulty in this. To continue investing time path resources in the River of Time, The most direct way was to send Time Path GU immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the accumulation of Time Path GU immortals in Celestial Court was very weak. Without Time Path great experts, they could only use Time Path immortal GU houses to supplement them. The Celestial Court suddenly lost 6 Time Path immortal GU houses. The losses were too severe. They needed a large number of Time Path immortal GU to rebuild them. Even though 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Joga were alive, they did not bring back many immortal GU. The Celestial Court needed to refine a large number of Time Path immortal GU to build immortal GU houses. Among them, GU refinement immortal materials were not a problem. The Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. It had been accumulated for millions of years. It was not just for show. The Celestial Court had 3 treasure vaults of 1 million. They were named front, middle, and back. The 3 vaults corresponded to the time span of 1 million years. The accumulation of the Celestial Court in the past 1 million years was all used in the corresponding vaults. Any one of these vaults was much more than the total vaults of the 10 great ancient sects. Old ancestor Shuer, who had spent all of his fortune to refine a rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven GU. With Fang Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to attempt to refine a rank 8 immortal GU. Ordinary superforces would suffer huge losses when refining rank 8 immortal GU. But for the Celestial Court, not to mention one rank 8 immortal GU, even if they refined 10, their foundation would not be damaged. The Celestial Court did not lack immortal materials. What it lacked were refinement path great experts. Yuan Qiongdu was a refinement path expert. He had been in charge of repairing Fate GU. If he had to refine the lost Time Path immortal GU house, it would be too difficult for him. He was only one person. His energy was limited. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts walked out of the immortal graveyard, that would be great. Fairy Myrtle thought to herself. Regretfully, the immortal graveyard could not be manipulated by outsiders. She could not awaken any GU immortal she wanted. Duke Long also realized this problem. He thought about it and said, then gather the refinement path GU immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, and even other sects, manage them and recruit them into the Celestial Court, let them work together to refine Time Path immortal GU. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of repairing Fate GU. If there was no movement from the immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court could only do this to resolve their current problem. Fairy Myrtle sighed in her heart. If we had invaded Lang Ya sect back then and taken in the entire sect, that would have been great. The problem now was not a problem, but Lang Ya sect ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The Celestial Court lost the initiative at the first step. They were restrained step by step. In contrast, Fang Yuan repeatedly used his advantage in refinement path to give the Celestial Court a hard time. Yuan Qiongdu was the one who felt this the most. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had heavy hearts. Fang Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a huge blow to the Celestial Court. But the River of Time was only one aspect. The Celestial Court's situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to unify the strength of Northern Plains' GU immortal world. In Western Desert, Fang Di Chang refined Divine Bin Palace and led Fang Clan to rise. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to the Celestial Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere. It had become a sore point for the Celestial Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to the latest information, Qi Si Ancestor defeated Zhong Yin in one move. Zhong Yin is a famous rank 8 lone immortal in Eastern Sea, but he could not retaliate at all. Qi Si Ancestor's battle strength is truly shocking. After this battle, his reputation soared and a large number of Eastern Sea GU immortals joined his banquet. Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, it is not easy to achieve this. Qi Si Ancestor seems to have gotten stronger. According to his words, he comprehended Primordial Origin's true inheritance and improved his battle strength. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhong Yin, he told the Eastern Sea immortals honestly, his battle strength had a breakthrough recently. The reason was because he obtained Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance from the Celestial Court. Duke Long continued, since Qi Si Ancestor said this, we can see that he is getting close to the Celestial Court, but he is still neutral. This person can be roped in. Qi ancestor had been in seclusion for so long, he had battle strength that rivaled Duke Long, but he was still a secluded cultivator. It showed that he had no ambitions. Even if he had ambitions now, the celestial court that had the complete primordial origin true inheritance was more attractive to him. The neutral Qi ancestor made Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle very vigilant, but they were also reassured. Not only because of Qi ancestor's personality, but also because of his lifespan. Lifespan had always been the main factor that restricted Gu immortal great experts. Qi ancestor was clearly someone who did not have much lifespan left. He could become younger by using lifespan Gu. He was already so old, he might have already used other methods to extend his lifespan. And these methods had their flaws. Lifespan Gu would be ineffective if they were used many times. Duke Long did not have a long lifespan, but he believed that Qi ancestor's lifespan was not much better. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said, "Since Qi ancestor said this, maybe we can send Gu immortals to the banquet. Even if we did not receive Qi ancestor's invitation, the whole world will know that Qi ancestor benefited from us. Even if it is a transaction, he will not be able to reject us." Duke Long agreed to this suggestion. Even if it did not work, this was a way to probe Qi ancestor. The current changes in the situation in the outer realm were very unfriendly to the heavenly courts. Only the East Ocean was relatively calm. The Celestial Court wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Eastern Sea's forces for now. Eastern Sea, above Qi. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhong Yin in one move, the commotion here increased by several times. The number of Gu immortals attending the banquet increased. The first thing the Gu immortals did was to pay respects to Qi ancestor, to pay their respects to the number one immortal of Eastern Sea. The battle between Qi ancestor and Duke Long had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Now that Zhong Yin was defeated, Qi ancestor became the publicly recognized number one person in Eastern Sea. Nobody doubted this. The whole world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhong Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He had great coordination with Fang Yuan, together with the activation of the immortal formation under Qi ancestor's attack was so shocking. Nobody knew that Zhong Yin was controlled. Even Duke Long did not know about Dream Token. In the previous life, after he seized Dragon Palace, he learned about the secret of the 4 dragon generals. Nobody could guess that Qi ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, while Qi ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan had been trying to hide the sovereign immortal aperture's secret. He gave up on some small benefits and obtained several times the benefits here. Xie Baoshu came. His face was handsome and gentle like jade. He had a graceful bearing and the appearance of a noble young master. He was a renowned independent cultivator in the Eastern Sea. He had a unique method to nurture vicissitude trees. He was once a major producer of Year Gu, but this business was ruined by Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had even worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch Central Continent's moonlight mushrooms. Zui Xian Wang came. He was a rare food path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a huge collection of wine. He held a grand banquet every year. This time, he brought 1,000 jars of top-quality wine. They were specially given to Qi ancestor. 7 Seas Snake Lady came. This venomous woman was beautiful on the outside but ruthless on the inside. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Her reputation was on par with Song Yishe. Great Treasury Immortal also came. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed like a scholar, his sleeves fluttered in the wind, he had a graceful demeanor. In the previous life, he attacked Central Continent and stole Emilan Guang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Qi banquet caused a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. All sorts of people showed up. Among them, there were more lone immortals than the righteous path. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions. After all, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had many territories. GU immortals were needed to defend them. Lone immortals had much more freedom. Central Continent GU immortal Jun Shunguang pays respects to Qi ancestor with a gift. I came uninvited, please forgive me. Celestial Court Rank 8 Jun Shunguang appeared. The banquet went silent, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan chuckled, he was still nonchalant. An esteemed guest has come, what crime is there to offend? The sea is tolerant of all rivers, tolerance is great. My eastern sea is tolerant of all things, how can we not have such magnanimity? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, another seat appeared. Even though it was a seat of honor, it was below the Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal's expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the region that could accept outside GU Immortals the most among the 5 regions, but it was still xenophobic. The Central Continent GU Immortal's arrival was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he had been waiting for the Celestial Court's envoy to appear. Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that almost everyone had arrived, he spoke, "Everyone, please listen to me." The banquet became silent again, everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan to speak. Jun Shunguang saw this and was inwardly shocked. Qi ancestor had only appeared for a short period of time, his reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this level. Nobody dared to ignore Qi ancestor's words, not even a single word or word. Fang Yuan did not speak much, but he clearly expressed his political opinion: peaceful coexistence, mutual exchange, upholding justice and resolving disputes. In the end, he said, this banquet isn't just a gathering of everyone. It's also a trade fair, an auction, and an arena. If you have any disputes, I can host it, everyone in Eastern Sea will be the witnesses, we can gamble and resolve the conflict. If you have any resource needs or want to sell, you can come forward and state your request. From now on, I will hold a Qi banquet at this time every year. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is selfless and righteous, we are in deep admiration. The Eastern Sea Immortals praised. Jun Shunguang's heart shook. Qi ancestor's actions would greatly increase his influence in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Strong strength would make people revere him, while huge benefits would make people scramble for them. Moreover, Qi banquets would be held every year. Chapter 1898. Qi Banquet. The transaction was ongoing. A GU Immortal walked up to the stage, he wore a black robe and had messy hair. He raised his head and showed his true appearance, it was Eastern Sea Lone Immortal Wu Ma Yang. Wu Ma Yang had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze, he seemed to be injured, he coughed as he took out a shell that floated in the air. The Eastern Sea Immortals looked at it, many recognized it and showed disappointed expressions. This was just a small music clam, it was a rank 7 immortal material. Music clams were ordinary shells that contained sound path Dao marks. If it grew to desolate beast level, the size of the shell would increase, it would become a giant music clam. When it reached ancient desolate beast level, the music clam would shrink again, it would become a small music clam. The small music clam that Wu Ma Yang took out had a dead aura, it was clearly lifeless, it was just a rank 7 sound path immortal material. But Wu Ma Yang laughed coldly, everyone, calm down, how can I embarrass myself in Ancestor's banquet? I am not selling this small music clam, I am selling the sound stored inside. Saying so, Wu Ma Yang bowed towards Fang Yuan, Ancestor, please forgive me for being rude. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Ancestor, nodded lightly. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan and Wu Ma Yang had met before. Back then in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had sold Bone Spike Immortal GU to Wu Ma Yang. After getting Fang Yuan's permission, Wu Ma Yang turned around and used his method to open a crack in the small music clam. Immediately, all the GU Immortals present heard a crying sound. This sound was very weak, it was soft and gentle, it had a unique beauty to it, but if one tried to investigate it, they would be bound by this sound and sink into it, unable to free themselves. Mortals had no way of escaping, even GU immortals would suffer light injuries, or even death at worst. However, after Wu Ma Yang released the sound, the small music clam did not emit any more sounds. Many of the GU immortals sighed as they became alert. They knew that they had fallen for a trick. This is the rank 7 immortal material ghostly wailing sound. Fang Yuan said plainly. Ancestor, you have great insight. I am willing to use this ghostly wailing sound to exchange for a rank 7 dark path immortal material. It would be best if you have black hole wood or darkline seaweed, Wu Meiyang said. The immortals below the stage were silent for a moment before a GU immortal said, I have darkline seaweed. Wu Ma Yang nodded with a joyful expression. Just as he was about to reply, another person spoke, I have the black hole wood, I'll trade it for your ghostly whale. After some negotiation, Wu Meiyang walked down the stage in satisfaction. In recent years, earth trenches had appeared frequently in the 5 regions. Although East Sea had the fewest earth trenches, it still brought a wave of rich cultivation resources. The ghost wailing sound that Wu Ma Yang collected might have come from there. Even though Eastern Sea's GU immortals often interacted with each other and held many auctions, the scale was very small, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's auction. The Qi Si banquet was going to involve the entire Eastern Sea GU immortal world. Jewel Yellow Skies' transactions were also increasing due to the earth trenches. But transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies required a fee. Jewel Yellow Skies' fee varied according to the intensity of the treasure light, thus, the more precious and valuable the item, the higher the fee. Rank 7 immortal materials were quite expensive. Wu Meiyang naturally tried to save as much as possible. After Wu Meiyang got off the stage, the next GU immortal went up and took out a lump of fire to sell. This lump of fire had a yellow core and an orange-red exterior. It was filled with a deathly aura. Once it was taken out, the surrounding air became dry like a desert. The temperature rose rapidly. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The GU immortal who sold this fire smiled. He came from an Eastern Sea super force, Su clan. His name was Su Lun. He belonged to the Righteous Path. The order Fang Yuan arranged was 1 Righteous Path member and 1 lone cultivator, alternating between the 2 sides. This rule was clearly considerate of Eastern Sea's lone immortals. It was very popular among them. Even better, there were no demonic path GU immortals. This showed Qi Si ancestors' political attitude. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path did not feel any disgust towards this. After all, Qi Si ancestor was an Eastern Sea lone immortal. The Drought Zombie Flame caused a huge commotion. It was a rank 8 flame. Fang Yuan had to wave his hand to restrain the flame into a lump. Only then did the temperature and humidity of the Qi Si banquet return to normal. I'm sure many of you recognize this flame. But today, I am not just selling this flame, I am also selling the Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension method. This method can allow GU immortals who are nearing the end of their lifespan to use this flame to cultivate into a Drought Immortal Zombie. Everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie. It has battle strength that rivals rank 8 GU immortals. Su Lun continued. But the GU immortals present lacked interest. Right now, everyone knew about the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate GU. Once Fate GU was repaired, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. Once Fate is repaired, the world would not allow the living dead to exist. Those who deserved to die would die. Thus, the prospects of cultivating a Drought Immortal Zombie were not bright. After a long while, a GU immortal asked, can rank 7 GU immortals also cultivate to become a Drought Immortal Zombie? Su Lun nodded, of course. But the Drought Immortal Zombie body that is cultivated will not be complete. It can only be considered a small drought demon. Its battle strength will also be limited to rank 7. He was not boasting. In this situation, there were experts everywhere. He might be exposed. By then, he would be publicly lying to Qi Si ancestor. Offending such a rank 8 great expert was not something that Su Lun or Su clan wanted to see. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path representatives came to attend the banquet. Which one of them did not offer gifts? Only a few lone and demonic path GU immortals did so. After all, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces had huge businesses. They needed to build a good relationship with Qi Si ancestor. As for the majority of loose immortals and fiendish cultivators, They were free and independent. Su Lun did not succeed in the end. But some GU immortals expressed interest and were willing to negotiate. If Su Lun could lower the price, there might be a chance of success. This drought zombie flame is likely from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself, the Shadow Sect inheritance that he obtained had a list of Zombie Alliance's inventory. Among them, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had several drought zombie flames. Back then, when Spectral Soul defied heaven and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's identities were exposed. After Spectral Soul failed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's strength was diverted, it became almost an empty nest. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path worked together to exterminate it. Looking at its location, Su Clan was one of the super forces closest to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Other than him, there were also Qingyu Clan, Song Clan, and Hua Clan. After the drought zombie flame, another Eastern Sea GU immortal walked up. He walked carefully, glancing at Qi Si Ancestor from time to time. But Fang Yuan did not react, his eyes were closed and he looked calm. This Eastern Sea GU immortal relaxed slightly, he let out a breath of air and said in a hoarse voice, "I am here to exchange for an immortal GU." Saying so, he opened his palm, revealing an immortal GU inside. Instantly, the smell of blood permeated the air. The immortal's hearts skipped a beat. This was the first immortal GU transaction since the start of the banquet. The immortals looked over, seeing that this GU resembled a ladybug. It was small and exquisite. The ladybug's shell was bright red, its belly and head were black like iron. If one listened carefully, they could hear a heartbeat coming from the ladybug's body. This heartbeat was very weak at first, but if one continued to listen, the heartbeat would get louder and louder. It would resonate with the GU Immortal's heartbeat, affecting the GU Immortal's heartbeat. The Immortals were shocked. Some of the rank 6 GU Immortals with weaker cultivation level grunted, some had pale expressions, they were clearly hit. What immortal GU is this? Even GU Immortals are injured, mortals cannot get close to it. It is clearly a blood path immortal GU. This drowning elder is so daring, he is actually selling a blood path immortal GU at the Qi Si banquet. Is he not afraid of Qi Si Ancestor and Eastern Sea's Righteous Path attacking him? Drowning Elder is a demonic immortal to begin with. Who in Eastern Sea does not know that? Ancestor did not say that demonic path GU immortals could go up, but he actually walked up openly. The immortals discussed. The Righteous Path GU immortals had ugly expressions. Drowning Elder had killed countless people, but he was feeling uneasy now. He cultivated Water Path, but he countered ordinary Water Path GU immortals. He had drowned countless mortals. He had even killed many Righteous Path GU immortals. He was a person with countless crimes. Even now, he was still wanted by 5 Eastern Sea superforces. Normally, the Righteous Path GU immortals would have attacked him already, but this was the Qi Si banquet. It was Qi Si Ancestor's venue. Who would dare to not give him face? As for how to deal with Drowning Elder, almost all the GU immortals looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still calm, as if he was taking a nap. He did not say a word, he was still calm and composed. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan for a while. They gradually understood what was going on. It seemed that Qi Si Ancestor would not make a move. Drowning Elder was excited. He had made the right bet. He was very daring, otherwise, why would he go against Eastern Sea's Righteous Path? At the same time, he was very meticulous. He did not take the risk blindly. Since Ancestor allowed me to join, it means he does not intend to deal with me. If he wanted to deal with me, wouldn't he have done it the moment we met? Such a person is high and mighty. How could he make things difficult for a minor character like me? With such a thought, Drowning Elder spoke again. This is rank 7 Heart Blood Immortal GU. I captured it from an earth trench at the bottom of the sea. Who wants to exchange it with me? After a moment of silence, many GU immortals started to bid. None of them were from the Righteous Path. Blood Path was created by Qi Si Ancestor and flourished for a while, but it was suppressed and sealed by the 5 regions Righteous Path. Blood Sea Ancestor was very capable. He actually created a Blood Path inheritance in the 5 regions, causing Blood Path to be passed down. even the righteous path forces were secretly researching it. The transaction of immortal GU could only be done by exchanging GU for GU. There was no bidding, it depended on which immortal GU drowning elder wanted. There were many GU immortals who were willing to exchange, many of them took out water path immortal GU to exchange. Eastern Sea had the most water path immortal GU. The number of water path immortal GU was also the largest in the 5 regions. This heart-blood immortal GU seemed to have extraordinary power. It might be useful if it was used in battle. Under normal circumstances, GU immortals could not cultivate multiple paths because of conflicting Dao marks. But there were many GU immortals who cultivated blood path in Eastern Sea. Most of them were main cultivators, some were rank 7, a few were rank 6, and some were secondary cultivators. Seeing this, the expressions of Eastern Sea's righteous path GU immortals turned even uglier. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators. To think that a heart-blood immortal GU would cause so many blood path GU immortals to appear. Fang Yuan, however, was not surprised. In the 500 years of memories of his previous life, blood path was extremely tenacious. After the 5 regions merged, the number of blood path GU immortals continued to rise. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, bloodpath became even more popular. There was no way to stop it. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was also one of them. I can try for this heart-blood immortal GU. In Song Zixing's Inheritance, there is a killer move, using heart-blood immortal GU as the core is the most suitable. Fang Yuan had a thought, when Zhongyin spoke, I want this heart-blood immortal GU. I also have several rank 7 water path immortal GU, you can choose from them. Also, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 1899. Once Zhongyin made a move, with the power of a rank 8, many competitors immediately gave up. Not to mention that they could not compete with a rank 8 GU immortal. Even if they could, they would offend this rank 8 lone immortal. Sometimes, lone immortals were scarier than righteous path rank 8s, because they were unrestrained and free, they did not have as many concerns as righteous path forces. As for why Zhongyin was interested in heart-blood immortal GU, that was his own problem. The GU immortals present could not ask. As the representative of Celestial Court, Zhun Shenguang saw this and felt even more worried. Qixi Ancestor was hosting this banquet. Immortal GU and immortal materials were being traded openly. It satisfied the cultivation needs of many Eastern Sea GU immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea GU immortals would have abundant cultivation resources. Their strength would definitely increase. This was a good thing for Eastern Sea's GU immortal world, but for Celestial Court, it was not so good. Especially when Qixi Ancestor announced earlier that such Qixi banquets would be held every year. This frequency was too high. Zhun Shenguang could not help but think, Qixi Ancestor, do you have nothing better to do, holding a banquet every year, aren't you tired? Different from Jewel Yellow Skies and the other auctions, you do not charge any fees, what are you after? It seems that Qixi Ancestor is not without ambition, he is nurturing his reputation. Using the Qixi banquet, he can consolidate his reputation every year. In the future, be it joining Celestial Court or staying in Eastern Sea, it will be good. I heard that Qixi Ancestor has many descendants. In the future, when these people travel in Eastern Sea with Qixi Ancestor's name, they will definitely be welcomed by everyone. Zhun Shenguang was a rank 8 of Celestial Court. He naturally had his own strategies. He gradually realized some things. Right at this time, a message came from Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle informed Zhun Shenguang, asking him to cooperate with other GU immortals and secretly purchase Heartblood Immortal GU for them. Zhun Shenguang frowned. He was not wondering why Celestial Court needed this Bloodpath Immortal GU. The truth was, Celestial Court had been researching Bloodpath. They had great results. Zhun Shenguang only felt troubled. He replied, the situation has changed again. Just earlier, Zhongyin took action and offered a high price for Heartblood Immortal GU. Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment before arranging. Then watch from the sidelines, I will arrange the others. Zhun Shenguang was Heavenly Court's representative. If he competed with Zhongyin for a Bloodpath Immortal GU, it would greatly affect Heavenly Court's reputation. In Fairy Myrtle's plan, he was only. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi banquet. Among the participants, there were people like Junshan Guang who had rank 8 cultivation level on the surface. There were also hidden members with rank 6 or 7 cultivation level. Haha, what a coincidence. I am also interested in this heart-blood immortal Gu. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Just as Zhong Yin thought the situation was set, this Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal joined the fray. This startled the immortals. Even Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun had participated in the fight for the Dragon Palace. He had an immortal Gu house called Fragrant Horse Carriage. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found traces of Fang Yuan. Let Fang Yuan's dream of the Oriole fall through. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. After doing this, Yang Jun immediately concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. When Fate Gu repaired itself, Yang Jun did not appear to help the Celestial Court. During the battle, the Celestial Court was in a tight spot. It was impossible for them to hold back. But Yang Jun did not appear. This proved that he was not a true member of the Celestial Court. It was likely that he had some sort of agreement with the Celestial Court. He had to help them once. Then this time, is he helping the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan had a thought. This was not easy to deduce. Even with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he lacked crucial clues. He could not make a judgment. Regardless of whether this was the case, Fang Yuan secretly ordered Zhong Yin to be forceful and try to obtain this immortal Gu. Thus, Zhong Yin smiled. Yang Jun, to speak the truth, I am very interested in this immortal Gu. If you insist, why don't we spar once? Yang Jun frowned slightly, thinking, Zhong Yin is going all out to obtain this immortal Gu? Qi ancestor could defeat him in one move because he is too strong. If I fight him, it will be a draw. Sigh, should I persist or help the Celestial Court? Yang Jun fell into hesitation. Back then, when he was in dire straits, he received help from the Celestial Court. He owed the Celestial Court a favor. This debt was too huge. It gradually became a sore point for Yang Jun. Yang Jun thought about it. He decided to repay the Celestial Court's favor and fulfill the alliance agreement. This is a good opportunity. If I do not make a move now, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the Celestial Court asks me to deal with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, I cannot go back on my word. I can only do it. Thankfully, I have some understanding of Drowning Elder's situation. Thinking up to this point, Yang Jun smiled. Fellow immortal Zhong Yin, please calm down. Our spar is not important. This heart-blood immortal Gu belongs to Drowning Elder. I believe that he will be interested in the water path immortal Gu I take out. Saying so, Yang Jun took out an immortal Gu. Drowning Elder saw this and was overjoyed. He shouted, I'll trade, I want this immortal Gu. Zhong Yin was stunned. What should he do in this situation? Under everyone's gazes, he could not snatch it. Qi ancestor would definitely make a move. Even though he was in cahoots with the main body, they were putting on an act now. They had their own standpoints. They had to put on an act. Zhong Yin could not make a move, neither could the main body, Qi ancestor. Right at this time, Yang Jun took the initiative to leave. He grabbed Heartblood Immortal Gu and threw the Water Path Immortal Gu to the other party. The immortals showed strange expressions. Yang Jun moved very quickly. He used an immortal killer move. Wasn't he too impatient? Yang Jun let out a breath of air like he was relieved of a heavy burden. He sat down and placed Heartblood Immortal Gu into Jewel Yellow Skies. Buying and selling Immortal Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies was expensive, but the Celestial Court was a huge organization. They did not care about this. Fairy Myrtle obtained Heartblood Immortal Gu and immediately gave it to someone else. This person cultivated in Demon Judgment Board all year round. After obtaining this Heartblood Immortal Gu, he shouted in joy, I have succeeded. He jumped out of Demon Judgment Board. Immediately, the surrounding 100 li was filled with bloodlight. Fragrance assaulted the senses. Immortal music resounded in the sky. 8-petal blood flowers were flying in the sky. He was tall and handsome, he had a smile on his face, there was a headband on his head, there was a blood-colored halo behind his head. There seemed to be a formless staircase in the air, allowing him to walk down step by step. Guo Fangjing was cultivating in front of Demon Judgment Board. Seeing this, he quickly knelt down. Fangjing pays respects to Master. Get up, my disciple. I obtained a crucial immortal GU. The blood path method that I have conceived in my life now has its core and foundation. I have been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years. It is time for me to come out. This rank 8 GU immortal had a gentle tone. He stretched out his hand. A force appeared out of nowhere and helped Guo Fangjing up. Fangjing cupped his fists again. Disciple congratulates Master. Ever since he was captured by Shen Tsongxing in Eastern Sea, he was redeemed by the Celestial Court. Qin Dingling observed his luck and suggested to Fairy Myrtle to let him become the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long discussed and agreed. Fangjing came to Demon Judgment Board to cultivate, becoming the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal GU house. It had a long history. When Blood Sea Ancestor wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, the Celestial Court felt danger. A predecessor of the Celestial Court found the Wild Blood Relation Immortal GU according to the revelation of Fate GU. Blood Relation Immortal GU was rank 8. After being captured by the Celestial Court, it was added to Demon Judgment Board. This caused any blood path cultivator in the world, as long as they had not reached rank 9, to be sensed by Demon Judgment Board. The Celestial Court relied on the accurate information on Demon Judgment Board and used cruel methods to eliminate Central Continent's blood path while it was still growing. Moreover, they selectively informed the other 4 regions about Demon Judgment Board's information, causing the other regions' righteous path to be more effective in suppressing blood path. Blood path had never truly prospered, it was firmly suppressed. Demon Judgment Board could be said to be the greatest contributor. After blood path was created by Blood Sea Ancestor, the Celestial Court had been researching it. Their results were higher than any other superforce in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, cultivated blood path. He had been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board, studying it painstakingly. His research was extremely fruitful, allowing the Celestial Court to be at the forefront of blood path in the 5 regions. With a flash of light, 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared in front of Red Heart Traveler. Dao friend Red Heart, I have come to meet up with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fang Clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly. Before leaving, he reminded Guo Fangjing, Demon Judgment Board cannot be without a lord for a single day. Fangjing is my disciple. After I leave, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord. My inheritance is left in the board. Not only that, the previous Demon Judgment Board Lords have more or less their cultivation experiences. From now on, you will cultivate in Demon Judgment Board. It will be greatly beneficial to you. I hope you will persevere. Do not slack off and waste this fortuitous opportunity. Yes, Master, disciple will follow Master's teachings. I will not forget it for even a moment. Guo Fangjing promptly answered. Millimeter Red Heart Traveler nodded and left. His relationship with Guo Fangjing was very shallow. If not for Fairy Myrtle's order, he would not have taken Guo Fangjing as his disciple. This master-disciple relationship was of great help to him. Luck path is truly mystical. Earlier, when Senior Qin Dingling found me, she advised me, if I take Fangjing as my disciple, I will be able to use his luck to enhance my own cultivation. I did not expect there to be such great results so quickly. Before I leave, I want to pay a visit to Senior Qin Dingling, Red Heart Traveler said with deep emotions. 9 spiritual fairy nodded. She did not lack this bit of time. Qin Dingling returned to Celestial Court. She had an immortal GU palace as her residence. The 2 paid their respects to Qin Dingling. The latter observed their luck and saw that 9 spiritual fairies' luck had 9 bright lights. They were clear and moving. Like green leaves after a storm, disaster was averted and fortune came. It had a flourishing aura. Red Heart Traveler's luck was like a sun in the sky. It was also like a blood pill, full and smooth without any flaws. It was rising from the clouds. It was grand and majestic. It had a grand aura. This was a reflection of Red Heart Traveler's many years of closed cultivation. Once he came out and roamed the world, he would shine brightly and his name would spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Dingling smiled and told the two, this business would be smooth, as long as they followed the prescribed order, there would be no twists and turns. The two bid farewell to Qin Dingling and flew in the sky towards Central Heaven Gate. On the way, they passed by Embroidered Tower and saw a Gu immortal standing in front of the tower in a daze, not moving at all. 9 Spiritual Fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and sighed, this is Feng Joga. After his defeat in the River of Time, he became dispirited. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, his expression solemn. He is comprehending the Tao. When I was in closed cultivation in the board, I would occasionally fall into this state, I cannot disturb him. 9 Spiritual Fairy revealed an expression of surprise. Oh? No wonder Fairy Myrtle left him alone. I am ashamed, I have inherited the 9 Spirit Transformation inheritance, I have always cultivated it according to the prescribed order, I have never modified it, so I do not know the truth. Red Heart Traveler consoled with a smile, Fairy's 9 Spirit Transformation is the top transformation path inheritance of our celestial court. After being modified by generations of predecessors, I am afraid it has already reached a stage where it cannot be modified anymore. Although he cultivated blood path, his temperament was extremely good, he treated people warmly like a spring breeze. 9 Spiritual Fairy smiled. Back then, when Master taught me the true inheritance, he said that my aptitude was lacking. I can only be envious of geniuses like you. Chapter 1900. Eastern Sea. Swish swish swish. Waves surged, hitting the reefs on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Evil winds howled, the weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea, but there were 4 Gu immortals hiding here. The 4 Gu immortals were all injured, one was lying on the ground, it was unknown if he was dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting cross-legged on the ground, healing their injuries. A moment later, one of them coughed intensely, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Lord! The other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing, they gathered around him with concern. The one who coughed out blood was Miao Mingshun. This Gu immortal cultivated space path, he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was very famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals, he had a wide network and influence. He was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions, he was skilled at treating others with humility, he had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qi, followed Miao Mingshun's lead, the 4 formed a tight group. But now, among them, Gui Qi was unconscious, his skin was emitting a poisonous purple color, he was in a dangerous situation. Miao Mingshun wiped the blood from his mouth, he had a pale expression as he spoke with difficulty. My injuries, cough cough, are not important. The important thing is old Gui's condition. That's right, Gui Qi was hit by the ice poison starfish thorns, we cannot cure this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Feng Jiang's expression was cold, even though the ice poison starfish thorns are tricky, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Ju Yu can save him. Miao Mingshun shook his head, sighing, Fairy Ju Yu and Ren Xiaoping have a secret relationship, I know about it already. Su Chen is attending the Qi Si banquet now, we cannot expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves for old Gui's injuries. I intend to use the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water, with this water, we can get rid of the icethorn starfish poison. Lord! Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were moved. Miao Mingshun laughed heartily, a mere rank 8 immortal material can save my life, it is worth it. Speaking of which, we have to thank this demon, Fang Yuan. If not for him defeating the Celestial Court would not be buying time path immortal materials so crazily in jewel yellow skies. Immortal Hua Dai nodded and sighed, yeah, this demon Fang Yuan actually obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and can control the Stone Lotus Islands. The Celestial Court has suffered a huge setback this time. The losses are too great. Feng Jiang said worriedly, Fang Yuan is too cunning, the celestial court can't do anything to him. Now that Fang Yuan had obtained the true legacy of the Red Lotus, he was truly powerful. If we don't stop him, Fang Yuan will become even more terrifying and pose a threat to the entire world. Immortal Hua Dai smiled, Feng, you are worrying too much. A person like Fang Yuan can come and go as he pleases, how can we compare to him? The world is so big, can we even meet him? Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone taller to hold it up. The celestial court will not let him off, we just need to watch the show. This time, Fang Yuan used the Stone Lotus Islands to trap the celestial court. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. He displayed the image of the celestial court's defeat in jewel yellow skies for all the GU immortals in the world to see. This way, Fang Yuan's fame and reputation rose again. The celestial court's reputation was dealt a heavy blow again. It was reasonable for Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to know about this. But they did not know that in the past, when Fang Yuan pretended to be Chu Ying, he had interacted with them and saved their lives. Fang Yuan was right beside them. Miao Mingshan sighed faintly. He was an ambitious person, he was not willing to live a peaceful life. If not for this, he would not have given in to others and made friends with so many GU immortals, uniting Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qi Yi. As an ambitious GU immortal, he had complex emotions towards Fang Yuan's rise and rise. Fang Yuan rose too quickly. In less than 100 years, he went from a mortal GU master to a rank 7 GU immortal. But how long did Miao Mingshan take? Hundreds of years. In less than 100 years, Miao Mingshan watched as Fang Yuan rose. It was like he was watching a show. But the main character was not him. Even though he thought that he was rank 7 like Fang Yuan could already control a rank 8 immortal GU house. He controlled the Stone Lotus Island and attacked the Celestial Court. What about himself? Miao Mingshan looked at himself. He was in dire straits. Not only was he heavily injured, Gui Qi Yi was on the verge of death, Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were also injured. And the cause of all of this was his enemy, Ren Xiaoping, who was searching for them. He was truly trapped both internally and externally. At this moment, Miao Mingshan even suspected, was it wrong for him to work hard all these years, to lower himself to make connections, to win over the 3 immortals around him? If he did not make a mistake, why did he end up like this? He immediately thought of Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor held Qi Si banquets. He invited all the GU immortals of Eastern Sea. He was too famous. Miao Mingshan had heard of it long ago. He even wanted to attend it. But now that he was plotted against by Ren Xiaoping, he could only hide. He missed this opportunity. Miao Mingshan admired and envied Qi Si Ancestor greatly. If I learn from Qi Si Ancestor and cultivate in seclusion, would I improve more? I would not be plotted against by people like Ren Xiaoping. Miao Mingshan gritted his teeth. He dispelled this thought that shook his morale. He let out a breath of air. He said to Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, Fang Yuan is lucky. He has the backing of several venerables. He does not lack cultivation resources. He is also an otherworldly demon with spring-autumn cicada. After pausing for a while, he said, he is too far away from us. We need to wake old Gui up first before leaving this place. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai nodded in agreement. Miao Mingshan communicated with jewel yellow skies with his divine sense. He used the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. The entire transaction was very smooth. There were no unexpected incidents. In the previous life, Celestial Court not only occupied the River of Time and restricted Fang Yuan's search for the Stone Lotus Island, it also worked with Southern Border's righteous path to ostracize Fang Yuan in jewel yellow skies, obstructing his businesses and buying Time Path immortal materials. But in this life, Celestial Court's situation was much worse. Even though they still worked with Southern Border's righteous path to restrict Fang Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies, they lost the River of Time and suffered a huge loss. They needed to refine many Time Path immortal GU, and most importantly, they had to prevent Fang Yuan from refining them. Thus, in this life, even though Celestial Court did not lack Time Path immortal materials in their inventory, they bought more Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. Miao Ming-shen obtained more underworld yellow water from the transactions than in the previous life. Of course, he did not know about this. Next, Miao Ming-shen used the underworld yellow water to cleanse Gui Qiyi's body. He had to control himself well. After all, this underworld yellow water would corrode an unguarded Jiyu immortal's body. The poison in Gui Qiyi's body was cleansed. He slowly woke up and thanked Miao Ming-shen. Miao Ming-shen's words made Gui Qiyi's eyes turn red. The four finally had time to breathe. They started to think of a way to deal with that damned Ren Xiaoping outside. Just the four of them alone could not do it. That Ren Xiaoping was an enslavement path expert. He could fight many people alone. This time, he had other Jiyu immortals helping him. Thus, Ren Xiaoping's side had more people than Miao Ming-shen. Gui Qiyi thought about it. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping plotted against us because Lord has the method to enter the Blue Dragon Whale. It is related to a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Right now, we can only use this secret to invite our comrades to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance before Ren Xiaoping. If we are late and Ren Xiaoping leaks this secret, not only will we lose the initiative, we will also become the target of Eastern Sea's Jiyu immortals. Miao Ming-shen nodded in agreement. Even though he was unwilling, this was the only way now. Regarding the secret of the Blue Dragon Whale, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It was a pity that Ren Xiaoping's side was plotting against Miao Ming-shen. It would be leaked soon. According to Gui Qiyi's method, Miao Ming-shen's side could not only gather a group of Jiyu immortals, their strength would increase, they could resist Ren Xiaoping and protect their lives, they could also explore the Blue Dragon Whale. It would be a good thing if they could gain any benefits. In this situation, they could only share some of the benefits they could gain in the future, to share this secret with more people. Like in the previous life, after Miao Ming-shen and the other immortals discussed, they decided on the people. Chu Ying was one of them. When Fang Yuan received the invitation, he was still in the Qi Si banquet. During this period, some famous Eastern Sea Jiyu immortals came to participate in the banquet. For example, Adversity Sea's Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal. All sorts of people appeared. Fang Yuan gained a new understanding of Eastern Sea's situation. Zhun Shenguang was also collecting information. In fact, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Southern Border also had eyes and ears hidden among them. This went without saying. Fang Yuan's Qi Si banquet, even though it was only the first time, it had already affected the transcendence. All the Jiyu immortals of the 5 regions were paying attention to it. Eastern Sea's cultivation resources were too abundant. During this period, many Jiyu immortals publicly traded immortal Jiyu. Each successful transaction meant that Eastern Sea's Jiyu immortal world's strength rose slightly. Zhun Shenguang and the rest felt heavier. If Fang Yuan wanted these immortal Jiyu and immortal materials, he could get Zhong Yin and the other dragon generals to sell them for him. As for himself, he was determined not to make a move. He was like a backdrop. But it was this background that no one could ignore from the beginning to the end. It is about time. The Qi Si banquet ends here. Fang Yuan spoke. All the immortals were astonished and confused. Why did it suddenly end? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. The transactions are endless. How long are we going to continue? Most of you have important matters to attend to. It is not good for me to keep you here. I organized this banquet to make it convenient for Eastern Sea's comrades. I also wanted to get to know them. Now that things have come to this, it is already a success. The truth was, he had matters to attend to. You guys can go back to where you came from. Don't obstruct me. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if the Eastern Sea immortals were unhappy, they did not dare to go against the number 1 person of Eastern Sea. The immortals stood up and bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1901. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 Jiyu immortals had finally gathered. Miao Ming-shen was the leader, Gui Qiyi, immortal Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang were beside him. Other than them, there was Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tuor, Tong Hua, and Fang Yuan. Even though I have revived, it does not seem to have affected Miao Ming-shen. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chu Ying. He observed calmly. Similar to the previous life, Miao Mingshen's choices did not change. But Fang Yuan was completely different from the previous life. His current situation was much better than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, he could not annex Qi-Si Grotto Heaven, he only annexed the resources of Qi-Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiong's public Grotto Heaven, digesting some of them. And rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement, it did not succeed. The most regretful thing was that in the previous life, his plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had failed, his soul path cultivation was severely obstructed, he could not make any progress. At the same time, the production of Guts Gu could not be raised. In this life, Fang Yuan had already annexed Qi-Si Grotto Heaven, he had rank 8 cultivation level and even turned into Qi-Si Ancestor, obtaining huge political benefits. He had already refined Heaven form, it was just that he had not found more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert had been developing, his soul path cultivation was advancing rapidly. Not to mention the production of Guts Gu, it surpassed the previous record by many times. In the previous life, Celestial Court occupied the River of Time, Fang Yuan fought hard to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan occupied the River of Time, Celestial Court suffered huge losses, their reputation suffered a huge blow. But Celestial Court had no choice but to continue building immortal Gu houses and send more troops to the River of Time. They did not dare to watch Fang Yuan occupy the River of Time and obtain a second Red Lotus true inheritance. It was not just the River of Time that had switched its offensive and defensive positions. Fang Yuan had made arrangements in the Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and he had made great progress. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he racked his brains, using the 5 regions and 2 heavens as a chessboard. He spread his pieces in all directions, bringing huge benefits not only in the immediate future, but also in the future. A similar situation was that Fang Yuan's business in Jewel Yellow Skies was jointly boycotted and suppressed by Zhengzhou State and the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan didn't have a good solution for the time being. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was indeed declining. After all, his extortion chips were decreasing, only second aperture Immortal GU was extremely attractive to Southern Borders GU Immortals. Secondly, be it Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance, they had huge businesses and deep foundations. Fang Yuan could not compete with them in Jewel Yellow Skies in terms of price and foundation. Fang Yuan's foundation was mostly focused on Immortal GU houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. His cultivation resources were all turned into his own strength. For example, Guts GU. If Fang Yuan put Guts GU in Jewel Yellow Skies, this monopoly would definitely be very popular. No matter how the Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance tried to suppress it, it would have no effect. But Fang Yuan did not do that. He chose to use most of the Guts GU on his soul path cultivation. He was still trying all ways to raise his battle strength. This choice put him in an even more disadvantageous position in the confrontation in Jewel Yellow Skies. In terms of immortal materials, my current life is even worse than my previous life. After all, I lost too many immortal GU in the previous life. In this life, I also have more subordinates. In the previous life, Lady White Rabbit, Sixth Hare, and Fairy Miao Yin died long ago. In this life, not only are they still alive, I have also annexed the 4 variant human races. I have also set up an even bigger business in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, starting to raise snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, and others on a large scale, trying to encroach on human path. Fang Yuan's immortal materials were much more than in the previous life. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that he annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land was a huge profit. But in this life, his expenses were also much higher. A large amount of Luck Path Immortal GU and Wood Path Immortal GU were refined, the nurturing of variant humans, the collection of 12 immemorial year beasts to nurture his clones, as well as several intense battles. He expended a vast amount of immortal essence and lost countless GU worms. All in all, be it externally or internally, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than in the previous life. The only weakness was that he did not have a lot of immortal materials in stock. Some types of immortal materials were almost depleted. In this situation, Fang Yuan did not intend to fight to the death with Celestial Court in jewel yellow skies. Celestial Court was purchasing Time Path immortal materials. They were clearly trying to stop Fang Yuan. They were even crazier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan chose to retreat. In this aspect, he could not compete with Celestial Court, not to mention that Celestial Court had the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan's next plan was to obtain Regret GU and advance his own immortal GU on a large scale. This was the same as in the previous life. He had a large number of rank 6 immortal GU on hand now. Once he raised these rank 6 immortal GU to rank 7, his battle strength would soar to a whole new level. Just cooking luck pot alone was worth looking forward to. In the previous life, I lacked time and did not obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance, so I was in a hurry in the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture. I did not focus on attacking it. This time, not only am I going to obtain Regret GU, I am also going to try my best to see if I can take that Merit Obelisk, and even the entire Paradise Earth True Inheritance and the Blue Dragon Whale. Fang Yuan had calculated the time very clearly. It was not far from Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention to fully repair Fate GU. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan arranged for Jean Boudu to stay in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This clone did not let him down, his progress was stable and fast. When Fang Yuan comes out, Jean Boudu will be able to coordinate with him and annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This would save Fang Yuan a huge amount of precious time. He could invest it into the Blue Dragon Whale. This was an early investment, but it was already snowballing into a positive development. In the near future, Fang Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingshun looked around. Everyone, I have already explained the details of the operation here. I have also given you a day to consider it. This is my first time doing this. The risk is hard to estimate. There is a possibility of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshun, will not stop you. I truly understand your decision. Of course, no one gave up. This matter concerned Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if they did not share the same path, the immortals were filled with anticipation. These last days, they had been thinking about what was inside the Blue Dragon Whale. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was already aware of this. He had already set up all sorts of detailed and reliable plans. Similar to the previous life, before the immortals set off, Zheng Luozi helped them set up an alliance agreement. Next, the immortals entered the sea. They were planted with a marking method. After that, they entered the undercurrent. With Miao Mingshun leading the way, he changed his path from time to time. Fang Yuan mixed in with the immortals. He followed Miao Mingshun closely. In the previous life, he had already set up the location of the Blue Dragon Whale, but the Blue Dragon Whale did not appear. If he did not follow Miao Mingshun closely, he might not be able to find the Blue Dragon Whale. There were 8 immortals in total. They traveled continuously for several days. They mainly used the undercurrent. If there was no undercurrent, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly. They were very low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would mainly avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would give up on them. Along the way, under Miao Mingshun's intentional guidance, the immortals kept communicating. The atmosphere in the group became very harmonious. Miao Mingshun also silently became the core of the group. He had connections everywhere. His social skills were indeed top-notch. The immortals traveled day and night without stopping. Miao Mingshun was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would leak the news, so he made full use of his time. Suddenly, he slowed down slightly. He suppressed his excitement and said, "We are close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan frowned. Just like in the previous life, he had already been investigating Miao Mingshun, but he could not see what method Miao Mingshun used to find the Blue Dragon Whale. Currently, this location was completely different from Fang Yuan's previous life. As they got closer to the Blue Dragon Whale, the immortals started to notice abnormalities. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts started to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while killing desolate beasts, creating a path of blood. The immortals fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan had a strange expression. In the previous life, he had fallen for it, but this time, he had experienced it. and after thinking about it carefully, he noticed some minute abnormalities. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's test has already begun at the bottom of the sea. If I take the initiative to die now, will I be teleported into the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that the possibility was high, but he did not want to take the risk. To play it safe, he wanted to learn from the previous life and die step by step. Who is it? Right at this time, Zheng Luozi shouted coldly, using a killer move towards his left. The killer move did not have any offensive power, but several GU immortals appeared. As expected of Zheng Luozi, an excellent information path investigative method, it is amazing. The leader of the GU immortals smiled, as he said that, a burst of power appeared. Not only did he break Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move, he even moved towards Miao Mingshen and the rest. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly stunned. Why is Shen Songsheng following us? This was very different from the situation in his previous life. This person who broke Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move with just one sentence was naturally Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, Shen Songsheng. This was one of the current Righteous Path rank 8 GU immortals. Miao Mingshen and the rest only had rank 7 cultivation level, they could not fight him. However, not only did Shen Songsheng come, there were also several GU immortals with him, not just experts from Shen Clan, there were also lone cultivator experts like Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan had a shocked expression, but this was obviously an act. His main body was here, not just Shen Songsheng. Even if the 4 Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s came, Fang Yuan would not fear them. Miao Mingshen and the rest were truly shocked. The other party was too strong, they had no chance of winning. Chapter 1902. Why are they here? Immortal Hua Dai gasped, feeling cold all over. If not for the dangerous environment, I would not have sensed them, I would not have found them. Let's go. Zheng Luozi urged with a panicked expression. There is a traitor among us. Split up. Miao Mingshen's expression was dark, he understood now. His gaze swept past Tu Chu Tuor, Tong Hua, and Zheng Luozi, pausing on Fang Yuan for a moment. Evidently, he was most suspicious of this Chu Ying, because he had not investigated his background with his true inheritances. Ha ha ha, I wanted to follow you to find the Blue Dragon Whale. Since you have been exposed, none of you can escape. Shen Songsheng spoke as he flicked his fingers. Sound waves spread rapidly and caught up to Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest were enveloped by the sound waves, their speed fell sharply. Shush! Shen Songsheng blew a long whistle at the bottom of the sea. Immortal Hua Dai cried out in shock. Countless sound waves bound her body as Shen Songsheng pulled her over. Xiao Dai. Feng Jiang saw this and his eyes turned bloodshot. He rushed back to help, but because he was too weak, he was captured by Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng had rank 8 cultivation level. His sound path methods were very outstanding. In the previous life, he could even capture the rank 8 GU immortal Old Man Beifeng in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was easy for him to capture small fries like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. Go! Feng Jiang shouted angrily. But Shen Songsheng grabbed his neck and fainted on the spot. He snorted coldly, attack. The Shen Clan GU immortals and Ren Xiaoping had already found their targets, they attacked separately. They had been tailing them for a long time, they had already discussed and assigned their targets. Thus, this time, not only were their attacks orderly, they even coordinated with each other. The one attacking Fang Yuan was Shen Clan's GU immortal Shen Tan, a normal water path GU immortal. He shot out a water ring the size of a water jar and was about to cover Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan was unwilling to make a move. Suddenly, he transformed into a small seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. With a whoosh, he leaped out like lightning. Shen Tan missed his target. After a moment of surprise, he continued to attack and drew out 3 water rings, each of which appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned into a swimming fish again, twisting left and turning right with extreme agility, dodging these 3 water rings. Shen Tan's expression immediately turned ugly, and he called out to Ren Xiaoping who was next to him, "Please help me, fellow immortal Ren. Ren Xiaoping aimed his attack at Tong Hua. He was controlling the two vicious sharks. Hearing Shen Tan's words, he immediately nodded. Sure. One of the vicious sharks that was pestering Tong Hua immediately turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings at lightning speed. He realized that if he passed this obstacle, he would be the one at the very front. Thus, he slowed down and pretended to be intercepted by the vicious sharks. With this delay, Shen Tan laughed loudly, controlling 4 water rings to block Fang Yuan. Let's see where you can run to now. He did not know who he was intercepting. If he knew that it was Chu Ying's true identity, he would have shivered already. Fang Yuan pretended to be a trapped beast, patiently sizing up his companions. Tu Tuor was already intercepted. As an earth path cultivator, his speed was not high, he was at a disadvantage in the sea. Tong Hua was being held back by Ren Xiaoping's 2 vicious sharks. Zheng Luozi was like a white spectre at the bottom of the sea, moving left and right, competing with Shen Clan's Shen Qi for speed. Gui Qi Laro and Miao Mingshen moved together. They chased after the 2 Shen Clan Jiu immortals, suddenly shouting, "Lord, leave quickly, I will block them." He stopped abruptly and pushed his palms behind him. With a loud bang, a large amount of pitch-black fog spread rapidly. The 2 Shen Clan Jiu immortals were too fast. They plunged into the fog and vanished without a trace. Old Gui, take care. Miao Mingshen knew that the situation was dire. He flew up with tears in his eyes. Shen Tsongsheng completely suppressed Feng Jiang and immortal Hua Dai. He snickered at this. Where are you going? Saying so, several formless sound waves chased after Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen's hair stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind, his gaze flashed like lightning. He shouted and used a space path killer move at the crucial moment. His figure disappeared abruptly and reappeared 100 steps ahead of him. At the next second, he vanished again. When he appeared again, he was 100 steps away from Fang Yuan and the rest. Like this, Miao Mingshen successfully escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Tsongsheng gasped in surprise. His method was at the level of a true rank 8. Miao Mingshen actually managed to escape. It was truly amazing. Miao Mingshen was the most crucial person. Shen Tsongsheng did not care about keeping immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang in his immortal aperture. He threw them to the others and chased after Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen charged out of the sea. He was covered in cold sweat. My escaping method can teleport 100 li away normally. But in front of Shen Tsongsheng, I can only teleport 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 GU immortal? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sea broke apart as Shen Tsongsheng shot out. Miao Mingshen's body shook, his speed fell as he was hit by Shen Tsongsheng's killer move again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingshen struggled with all his might. He felt more and more despair in his heart. Right at this time, a sharp cry could be heard. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew towards Shen Tsongsheng. The immemorial thunder phoenix was ferocious. Shen Tsongsheng's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He could only let go of Miao Mingshen for now and block the immemorial thunder phoenix. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix knocked Shen Tsongsheng into the sea, creating waves like an explosion. Miao Mingshen used this chance to escape again. His body was drenched in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Above the sea, tornadoes were raging, lightning was flashing, thunder was rumbling, the dark clouds were like a city. The sea was in a frenzy, setting off stormy waves. Each wave was about to cover the sky and cover the earth. Each wave was at least 300 meters tall. Large numbers of birds and eagles were flying around in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder, fighting and killing each other. Within the dark clouds, blue charm lightning shadows could be seen, being hunted down by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. The situation was extremely dangerous. Where did I end up? Miao Mingshen took in a deep breath of cold air. Chase after them. Right at this time, Shen Tan's anxious voice could be heard from behind. Earlier, when Shen Tan caught the 2 captives that Shen Tsongsheng threw to him, Fang Yuan took the chance to attack. Not only did he destroy the 4 water rings, he even helped them. Tong Hua, Zheng Luozi, and Fang Yuan left the sea and flew into the sky. Don't think of escaping. Shen Tan, Shen Qi, and Ren Xiaoping chased after them. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky, enveloping the immortals. The immortals quickly defended against it. Another group of eagles swooped down, scattering the immortals. The situation was chaotic. Scram! At the next moment, a sound wave came from the depths of the sea. Shen Tsongsheng flew out from the sound wave, instantly flying into the sky from the sea. He waved his hands, two translucent sound waves shot out like two sharp blades, surrounding the battlefield from both sides. Immortal killer move, long space sound blade. Wherever the sound blades passed, be it the eagles or the lightning, they were all cut into two. Even the immemorial thunder phoenixes were injured and retreated. The sound blades went around Tong Hua and pierced through Zheng Luozi's neck. Zheng Luozi's eyes were wide open, his head fell to the ground. The sound blades caught up to Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He suddenly changed his direction and burst out with speed, flying towards the nearest immemorial thunder phoenix. At the next moment, his body turned into charcoal. He died on the spot. Shen Tsongsheng did not even look at Fang Yuan's corpse. He charged towards Miaoming Shen again, Blue Dragon Whale Paradise. Guidance Island. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and quickly woke up. I came here after all. He stood up and looked around. The blue sea and white waves, the golden beach, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was quiet and peaceful. Fang Yuan saw Zheng Luozi. He was clearly killed by Shen Tsongsheng's sound path killer move. His head had fallen to the ground. But now, he was lying on the beach not far away. His breathing was stable, he was in a deep sleep, his head was still on his neck. As expected. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The illusion realm has already started. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. Fang Yuan was electrocuted to death by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix. He was brought here. Zheng Luozi was killed by Shen Tsongsheng. He was also brought here. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield in Central Continent was similar. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent occupied that place and sent their GU immortals to fight inside. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. At most, you will suffer some injuries from dying too many times. Thus, Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. Even if he killed Shen Tsongsheng, he would not die. Instead, he would be sent here in advance, exposing his identity for no reason. Fang Yuan waved his hand. A chi blade slashed at Zheng Luozi. Zheng Luozi was caught off guard. He was about to be killed by the chi blade, but the chi blade vanished the moment it hit him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and left. When Shen Tsongsheng opened his eyes with difficulty, his vision was still blurry, but he heard a surprised voice. First Supreme Elder, you are finally awake. Next, his vision cleared up. He saw Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Ren Xiaoping, Miaoming Shen, Hua Dai, Fengjiang, Tong Hua, and the rest. They were facing each other nervously. What is going on? Didn't I die? Shen Tsongsheng was shocked. He was dazed. As a rank 8 GU immortal, he was naturally the one who lasted the longest in the illusion realm. He was the last to be brought here. First Supreme Elder, this is probably Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's doing. It is like Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield. Shen Tan said. Shen Tsongsheng forced himself to calm down. He nodded. This is indeed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style. At the next moment, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at Miaoming Shen and the rest. He asked directly, how long have you been awake? We just woke up not long ago. Shen Qi replied. Shen Tsongsheng nodded. He looked at Miaoming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai, Fengjiang, and Zheng Luozi. You're tuning into the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.